Yo, guys, what is up? Welcome to the Night Talk Special Edition, Hurricane Edition. Literally, Hurricane Edition. I am waiting on Scarlett to show up before we divulge into anything. I'm calling her, going like, bro, let's go. No, so Hurricane ISAIAS is now made landfall in North Carolina. As about 40 minutes ago, Hurricane Isaias has become a Category 1 hurricane, which me and TLO predicted yesterday. So, to show you guys a little bit of what she's looking like and to see the effects, and sorry, I'm itching because I'm in this damn chair. I shouldn't be in this fucking chair. To show y'all what we're looking at. Oh, my thing's fuck up. So here is Hurricane Isaias. Hold on, guys. Son, Hurricane Isaias is sitting literally right about there at this point, literally sitting and just beating the shit out of North Carolina. It completely messed Florida, shockingly. And then we have, once my computer stops being slow. What the shit? Oh my god! Now they're saying they're having trouble playing the video, but they've already reported over 200,000 power outages. Now, this thing is strong. I'm literally not going to lie. This hurricane is strong. It is upgraded from a tropical storm to literally a hurricane of a Category 1. Now, guys, a lot of you are thinking, okay, what's the big deal about a Category 1 hurricane? But here's the thing with this hurricane is it's going to go up multiple states because this, and once Scarlett fucking gets here, I don't know when she's going to be here. Hoping she pops in and I'm fucking summoning her. Scarlett, fucking ass in here if you can hear me. Y'all are going like, okay, Dwayne, what's the big deal about a Category 1 hurricane? Okay, the big deal about a Category 1 hurricane is this thing is literally pushing inbound to it. So the way this thing's doing is it has jet streams and it's not collecting off the water anymore at this point. It is collecting off of the energy, off the cold air in the warm air that is bouncing off of. And the jet streams are just more fueling it inside. This thing is going to beat inland for days, hours. We don't know how strong it's going to get yet because it's only a Category 1 hurricane. But they're saying they're having 5 feet storm surges. They're saying that also that houses are on fire. On fire. No shelters have been put into place yet or even opened at this point. Guys, this thing is getting bad. This thing is getting rough, and it's going to get bad quick. Virginia is seeing tornadoes. North Carolina is seeing tornadoes. Virginia is just now starting to feel the effects of Hurricane Isaias. Guys, I can't stress to you enough how important it is if you guys can seek shelter somewhere. Seek shelter. Move away from it if you can. Because, guys, we don't know with the water and the energy, keeping it on land. We don't know how quick this thing is going to upgrade. And I'm not just sitting here blowing this out for my breath. This is something I'm passionate about, something that I do for a living every year this comes up with any storm. You're going to see floods. You're going to see flash floods. You're going to see flash tornadoes. And guys, the thing with these tornadoes, when they pop, they're supercell tornadoes. So we can't categorize where they're at or what categorize they can. They can last anywhere from 30 seconds to an hour. I've seen with Irma that it goes and goes and goes. And this thing is going to beat and beat and beat and destroy things until it's done. I know I'm probably not making any sense, and I cannot see comments at this point for some reason why, and I'm going to reset. But guys, as I was saying, this thing is going to beat the shit out of it and keep moving. For tips of you that are still in North Carolina, please, 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 please be careful. Do not go into attics. Do not go in your basement. Try to stay on your first floor or your second floor if you have bedrooms. If wind's coming in and windows are breaking, try to stay in the center of the room. Start writing numbers on your forearms or on anything that your body can, or anywhere on physically on your body. I don't know why YouTube is doing it again. Not seeing comments. Oh, now I am. Guys, this is going to get bad, and I'm not trying to scare anybody. But this is the reality of the fact when we deal with hurricanes. I'm going to show you all the clip that's playing right now that I have pulled up on Facebook. Thank you to Scarlett. Thank you, Scarlet Anonymous, for giving me this video. Once I try and refresh it and play it again for you guys so you guys can see what necessarily is going on down here. You guys can see the effects of Hurricane Isaias. Look right here, guys. Right where my cursor is at. It's going to be another tornado. Right here between Hancock and Mount Gold in North Carolina. Guys, you're going to see tornadoes constantly pop on the ground constantly. Guys, look at that. Yeah, guys, this is This is gonna get bad, guys. I'm gonna stop screen sharing for just a minute, guys. I want to explain something to you while I'm waiting for Scarlett to get here. Is what this is so what this thing yeah, it's gonna get bad and what's gonna happen is that there is a lot of tornado boxes. And this is what happens with hurricanes with these tornado boxes. Is what happens is that these winds and the hot and cold air that's battling each other is going to start making supercell tornadoes. It's common. Oh yay, my hurricane buddy's here.
All right.
So I was just telling him about the tornadoes that it's common to see tornadoes with each and every hurricane.
Oh yeah. It's just a excuse me, consequence of the storm spinning up is having, tornadoes. And yeah, the wind shear didn't do much though to the storm. The wind shear is actually what's carrying it up the coast,
Right.
and
So
allowing it to be fed.
right. So what's happening is Scarlett, I can't remember the term that you said a hurricane normally runs off of.
The warm
Oh, what?
water.
Yeah, the warm water. But this hurricane's actually not running off the water.
No, it's running off of the land and the temperature gradient on land. That's what's giving it strength. And so that's why it's going to continue. Because usually when it would hit the coast, it kind of falls apart once it hits land and the
But
eye kind of falls apart. But this one's being carried by the wind shear and it's going by the temperatures on land. So it's going to keep it more intense.
right, and we were just watching a video, and this thing is just picking up. We're seeing so many small supercell
And they
tornadoes.
said this one's going to be pretty bad. Now, they said it's not going to be as bad as Dorian or Florence. And I thought that was funny because we were just talking about that.
We were
Um, but it's going to be a doozy. And they didn't reference Sandy, but I think that one's too far out of people's minds at this point
this is going to be
just
a
to.
multi-state Harvey.
Yeah, it's going to be, well, kind of like how Sandy was. Sandy was a multi state event.
Right, Sandy was, and you know what? And this one is reminding me somewhat of that tropical storm we had in Louisiana. Not
The
Louisiana,
one
not Louisiana, but the one you woke me up for like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Imelda.
You know what? This is kind of reminding me of what Imelda did. A lot of rain, a lot of damage.
But like they said too tonight on the news that I shared some of those broadcasts, of which you should screen share some of those
We were just
broadcasts since we're not on camera.
we were just watching it before you got on. So I paused it for a minute to explain something.
Right. So I mean, each storm is gonna always be different. They're gonna have different characteristics, but honestly, it brings us back to certain storms and how we remember things went down. This one is
Yeah,
unique because they're not opening up shelters.
right. And you know what? And this one's unique in itself too because we've never seen one that's been fed by the land and not fed by the water.
Well, that we've paid attention to or that they've mentioned.
Right. The ones that we've always worked with, Scarlett, is the ones that were fed by the water.
I mean, a few were fed by land because you got to think about like Harvey when it parked itself stationary, it kept itself going, even though it wasn't technically a hurricane at landfall.
No, when Harvey hit, that was a tropical storm, and that motherfucker tore that whole fucking bottom area of Texas wide fucking open.
That's what I mean. And so we're going to see some pretty serious effects here as it churns up the coast. I mean, Washington, D.C. is going to get it, New York City is going to get it. These are cities that usually don't deal with that much rain.
No, and you know what? And I feel bad for North Carolina because the past 2 years they've been victims
Of
of hurricanes.
everything, just every
Yeah,
goddamn storm has taken them out. Yeah.
because I remember the first year I started doing this, and this is going to take me down memory lane for a minute. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm going to talk about this for the first time. Because I dealt with 3 hurricanes that year. Harvey, before I was with USDF, Irma, which that bitch can go sit somewhere else. Fucking category 6, my fucking ass.
There's no category 6, but if
That's
there
what they
was
labeled
one,
it
it
as.
would have been. They did
I
not.
remember,
There is no 6 on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane scale. That was people just say because of how extremely powerful it was
yeah, like
that
news
it should
report
have
was
been.
coming out
But
saying
a
that it
category 5 is 175 miles an hour plus. And so anything above 175 is still a Cat 5. I don't care if that's 250, 300 miles an hour, that would still be considered a Cat 5 according to the scale.
exactly, and this one's only moving at
This one's a 1. This is a Cat 1 hurricane, but that doesn't
yeah.
matter. Like we just
We
said,
bumped up a
Harvey
number,
wasn't even a hurricane. Imelda, not even a fucking hurricane.
bro.
You
They
don't
just
need a
updated the fucking
hurricane.
path. They just
We're,
updated the fucking path. This thing ain't going
well,
back to the
show us.
fucking ocean.
Show us. Show it.
I don't got a
You can't
shirt
just
on, but I
say
can
crap
fucking
like
show
that.
it.
People can't see it. You can't be doing that on hurricanes, man.
Hold
Okay,
on, let me
hold
see.
on.
Let
You got to
me
turn
turn
the
my brightness
brightness
down.
down. Yep. I was just supposed to say turn the brightness down because we can't see shit.
So that motherfucker has changed paths. Because me and
Yeah,
Scarlett
it's
looked at it.
going deep inland. It was going to carve closer to the coast, but now it's going deeper inland, which is not good.
Right, and it's saying Maryland, New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Vermont, and Maine. The outskirts of Maine are gonna get fucked.
Yep, they're not used to that type of rain either. I mean, maybe New Hampshire, maybe Connecticut, a little
Massachusetts.
rain. Yeah, maybe, but not like this, and not the downpours that they're going to get. Well,
Not
let's
in.
return back to coverage then, if we're going to, because we need to kind of figure out what's going on.
So here we go. I'm gonna pull up my screen and it might run slow for a second. I'm sorry.
That's cool.
I had it paused so I could talk. Let me go back to the live footage. Hold on.
There we go. Yeah, look at that shit. 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings.
Yeah.
So there's Hurricane ISAIAS, y'all. And make it big.
Right
Can you
in
make it big?
Wilmington, we're projected it.
Right.
Still moving
There's
as a
the
category 1, they have it predicted.
Yeah, I know. That's what because it's getting fed by the land, not the water, so you don't need to be over the water for it to continue churning. See, this is the thing about this storm that makes it quite unique. Because you're not usually when you're over land, you're gonna lose strength and eventually going over all of this, it would
Right.
grind itself down to a halt. But this is not going to occur this time.
Right.
Tuesday at
So
8 a.m., it's expected to be in Norfolk, Virginia, which right now Norfolk is getting some of the action.
mhm.
Tuesday, 8
Norfolk.
a.m. Yeah, they just had the damn tornado warning. And then it's gonna
Yeah.
cut by Washington all of a sudden now. Isn't that cute? It was gonna hit Washington. Then it goes so it's gonna like go into the ocean a little bit right there
Bro,
and
it's
get some
going right towards where my fucking cousin lives. Not my cousin,
yeah,
my
then it goes
fucking aunt.
all
Are
the
you
look at it goes
fucking
all the way up to
serious?
Canada. Look at that. All the way up into Canada.
I need to text my fucking mom. Hold on. I need to text my fucking mother.
Well, he'll be all right. It's just at that point, it's just going to be rain. It's not going to be the same as this right now. This is going to be the most intense part. Ooh, what are those red lines though? Are those also like tornado warnings or those
Them are
severe
tornado
thunderstorm
boxes.
warnings? No, what's the dark red box though?
Severe tornado boxes where tornadoes have probably landed.
No, it's not that.
Oh,
It's
fucking
probably
new
severe
warnings came out.
thunderstorm. Yeah, that's what I mean. There's like 4 of them bitches though.
So one thing I want to explain here is you guys are seeing the tornado box out here what they're outlining and kind of what I am. We have kind of seen this
Well,
before
these feeder bands are
with
coming off from the ocean, and so that's what's making them more intense and why they're getting set up with so many tornado warnings in a small area because those feeder bands are coming off of the ocean. So besides the fact it's being powered on the land, you got to remember that these feeder bands that are here right now, you see it's kind of off into the ocean. See how it's, sitting over the ocean? The ocean's really fucking warm right now, so it's picking up strength as it's pulling these feeder bands off of the ocean back into the land, and that's why you're getting just on that arch of where the air is coming in and pulling it in, a band of storms that is gnarly as shit.
right, and I'm going to pause this here just for a second because
Pause for
this is very.
what? It's not interrupting you, Dwayne. We can hear. We can't even hear what they're saying. We can only hear you.
So I don't know why you guys can't fucking hear the fucking audio. It
Yeah, no, we can't hear the audio on that. I know. Yeah, we can't hear it for whatever reason. So, like I said,
but
it
this
doesn't
Scarlet,
matter if
right?
you're playing it because we can't hear it. We can't hear it anyway. So, if you were playing it, we wouldn't be able to hear it. But you could always just turn the volume down and then let it keep
I'm
playing.
just gonna turn
We're
it
trying to
off.
turn on captions. No, leave it on because we need it. This is what we're talking about right
Oh,
now, Dwayne. I can't run this stuff right now because I don't have a computer. No, leave it up. There's no reason to bring us back to just talking. They need to be able to see something.
oh no, I'm putting up captions.
Oh, yeah, that's good. See, look, there we go. Boom. And can you make it bigger? Can you make it widescreen so we don't have to see all your watch list and crap? Yeah, you can. There's two arrows right there. Yeah, you can.
That's what I just clicked. Like I said, my computer's running slow, so give it a second.
Well, no, I'll give it a second, but I'm just saying I see you can do it. Yeah,
But
this is
here's
just
my
not good on that line, because I'm assuming that
yeah, it's
those
not.
towns are gonna get it pretty good. Oh, see, there we go. Sweet.
And me and Scarlett's never really seen tornado boxes like this.
This area doesn't get tornadoes very often. I've seen tornado boxes like this. You remember the one night we were freaking doing tornado warnings all night, one after another for 5 hours straight? Yes, we have seen this before.
Oh my god, dude! Trying to fucking get them into the fucking document was a fucking bitch.
Like, it's really shitty. I mean, it's gonna be bad. Oh, you're getting some feeder bands now, Pam? Yeah, I would assume that eventually that would be coming in. But yeah, it's a tornadic thunderstorm, and the thunderstorms that are created by hurricanes, are intense. You've got millibar pressures that are extremely low. That creates intensity. So it's very interesting. People were talking crap about this guy. I've seen this guy before. I swear he was a meteorologist out here for a while.
He was, and you know what, Scarlett? Here's the thing: the tornado boxes we're seeing kind of reminds me of what it did in Irma. And then with Florence was the 5 hour
Ooh, look
box.
at that velocity signature. Yeah, that's debris being alofted in the air. People need to be in their safe place right now
Bro.
if they're in that area.
Look at
Yeah.
all of it though, Scarlett, right here.
Where that arrow is the most important point. But yeah, look at that. On all the little jagged areas, the
There's
velocity is
one,
extremely
two,
intense.
3, 4, 5. Bro,
Mm-hmm.
that thing is popping off with tornadoes, bro. This is the worst I've seen in fucking years. And I say at least in
No,
2 years.
it's not that. No, it's not. It's not that serious, Dwayne. We've seen worse, but this is pretty intense for the people in that area. Now, what we don't know is there debris aloft? Are these actually making the ground? What
Right.
damage are we seeing? That's going to be the most important factor of all of this. If you're in these areas, Elizabeth City, if you're in, you know, Suffolk, will be eventually in that path. All these little towns you see, Sherryville, Henry. If you're in these towns, you need to be getting to your safe place. They're saying 8% possibility for hail, but these storms are moving at 47 miles an hour. So you got to think in mind. So the hurricane may be only moving at 20 miles an hour, but these particular storms are moving at twice the rate.
And you know what? And I wanted to bring up the wind gust because the miles per hour we've learned over the years really don't mean a damn thing.
Hell no. Because
We've
as
learned
you
that
can see, we've got storms that are going 50 miles an hour in a 20-mile-an-hour hurricane. So that just means that the hurricane conditions are going to stay with you longer as these storms spin up and kick out.
right, especially with the gusts. Me and Scarlett's learned over the years that we've been doing this together is we found out the miles per hour forward. Scarlett went up mile per hour, by the way, went up 43.
The hurricane's
So
at 43 miles an hour. I highly doubt that. I'm going to go check that.
23. 23.
Oh, 23. Oh, yeah. See, that ain't. See, well, yeah. See, so it's gaining strength. Hey, go
But
look at nhc.noaa.gov and let's go
okay,
look at the last Hurricane Hunter flight.
let
And
me
let's go
pause this
see.
so I can
Yep,
stop
pause
doing
that so
that.
we can pull that up. And then we can go pull up the latest Hurricane Hunter flight to see when they flew through this last and what they're seeing.
So if you guys follow me, I'm gonna go to nhc.noaa.
.gov. Just click National Hurricane Center. It's right there.
I don't gotta put in the .gov. I never do.
Just click it.
They click it.
Okay. Now go down.
Am I still screen sharing?
Yeah, scroll down. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you what to do, fool.
I don't know.
And then okay, and then go up a little bit because I need to see the products so then you can pick the right product. Go up a little. It'll be like in that little box area. Click on ISAIAS, I guess, first. Oh, look at that one. Look, Dwayne, it's getting closer. Look. See that X? See the X?
Yeah,
See the
I
X?
know. I
See
saw
the
the
X?
fucking thing.
Yeah, it's getting closer.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
So
did.
then,
Fuck that.
we gotta go to fuck. Okay, let me go try to find it because
Hold on. I'm looking. Is it gonna be down here? Not 100. You fucking bitch. Okay, here's additional resources and shit. Bro, did they not fly into this one?
they did. Hold on.
Okay, here's the products, Scarlett.
Okay, hold on. Hurricane ISAIAS.
I have wind speeds,
No, they have
arrival
not
times.
flown into it. Hold on, let's go see.
Why not?
I don't know why. It's a good fucking
But guys,
question.
I want to take you back to that fucking X, Scarlett just pointed out. Look how close this tropical storm is from her. Look at the fucking difference. I want to show you guys the difference. That's probably a good 1,000 miles out. Not even. Say a good 800 miles out from her. But then if I can pull up the spaghetti model, I would like to pull up, but I don't know how to fucking do it on this site. Fucking spaghetti model. Can't fucking find the fucking things when I need them. Okay. Let me find Bro, they don't even have their fucking spaghetti model up, which is what's pissing me off.
Yeah, because they don't want to tell you shit about this. But yeah, nobody has. Let's go see what their observations are.
Well, I can see if I can find that.
Nobody has any information about them. When's the last time they fucking flew into this motherfucker?
August 3rd at 11 p.m. It looks like, because they have this at least. Oh, key messages, tropical cyclone discussion in the text product.
Oh, go to
Your
Oh, I
text?
forgot about My Fox Hurricane. My Fox Hurricane. I'm gonna see if I can find the last recon data.
I'm about to go into it too. My Fox. What
Mission.
is it?
Okay, so Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance. Hold on, I'll copy it. Send it to you. Hold on. Stop screen sharing though.
Let me stop.
Can I send?
I'm
Hang
about
on.
to. Hold on. I don't know where the fuck
And
Teal
then,
is at.
oh no, Teal, where you at? Get
See,
your
this is
ass
what
up,
happens
Teal.
every. So someone said, "Jeff, you're making me dizzy. Stop moving so much." I'm waiting for you, Scarlet. I just don't know why my computer's overheating so bad.
Okay, so they did fly in and made a little loop.
I just got your link. So give me 1 second.
Okay.
Oh, I hate how this new Facebook site takes you to fucking Messenger. Gotta close a fucking tab.
There's
I'm gonna
been
leave
no
it.
no recon data recently.
So here's the thing, though, guys. We normally they go into it once it hits landfall. Normally, is what they do is when it hits land, they kind of fly in. But me and Scarlett are probably literally so confused of why they didn't fly in when this hit landfall. It makes no fucking sense. Because
I mean,
Scarlett,
it looks like they did, but then they've been kind of flying around it, making a loop and then making a beeline in and then kind of sticking in certain areas. I mean, they looks like they've dropped drop zones, but the pressures that I'm seeing don't show the pressures that they report.
okay,
Let's go see.
so let me go into here.
Transmitted the fourth day of the month at 3:15 Zulu. The agency, United States Air Force, Lockheed, WC 130J Hercules with regulation number AF 975305. Storm number 9 in 2020. Storm name ISAIAS. Flight in the North Atlantic Basin. Mission number 25. Observation number 22. Time at the center fixed fourth day of the month at 2:44:50 Zulu time. Center fixed coordinates 33.83 north, 78.55 west. Center fixed location 21 statute miles to the east northeast from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. The minimum height at standard level was about 9,793 feet or 2,985 meters at 700 millibars. Minimum sea level pressure is 988 millibars. Drops on surface at wind at centers from 310 degrees at 15 knots from the northwest at 17. Circular diameter is the I shape with a diameter of 48 nautical miles or 55 statute miles. Estimated maximum surface wind inbound is 57 knots. Let's see. Maximum flight level temperature and pressure altitude for outside eye 50 degrees at a pressure altitude of 10,020 feet.
Here it is. I can pull up the map. Do. Guys, sorry you're gonna hear me kind of be all over the place. How I am with
No,
these
you
things.
needed to let me continue, Dick. Rude.
Well, I was showing this.
I was talking. I don't care what you were showing. I was talking and then you just interrupted me. How rude.
I'm sorry. We do this every time we deal with a hurricane, so shush. You're
I
mad at
know.
me now.
That's why I told you. Hush. Quit playing. Okay, so then. Reported winds are over a 10-second period. National Hurricane Center advisory wind speeds are the highest expected winds averaged over a 1-minute period.
Oh, bullshit. We know that's bullshit.
I mean, if that's how they quantify it, though, then they could be like exaggerating a lot of the time or underreporting it because we know some wind gusts last longer than a minute.
Yeah, and you know what they did with fucking Irma? They fucking underestimated that son of a bitch.
Well, that's just
They underestimated Florence. They
and
definitely
it's cold
underestimated.
as shit where they're at up as high as they are too, which is interesting.
Yeah, look at that travel,
It's like
Scarlet, right here.
58 degrees. Oh, hold on. I'm not looking at it. I was still looking at my Fox Hurricane.
Oh, that's what I'm on. Look at this. Look at the flight
I
path.
know, but I was looking at it on my own device. Hold on. Let me get back to the screen. Yeah, see, that's the flight. And so they go in and they usually come out at an angle and then they go back in and because
Which is
they have
what
to
they're
start
seeing
from
to here.
Georgia. You see, they start from Georgia and then they fly through Florida up,
They come
right?
this way. They come
Yep.
back
Then they
out at an
fly
angle,
up. They go out into the ocean, then they cross, so then they can make a cross section of the eye and come back through.
so this is what you're seeing right here, guys. When you're seeing what it says 988 MB, what they're talking about is the millibars, which is the pressure that they're recording
It's a
off of
minimum
the
central
eye.
pressure. Yeah, it's the minimum central pressure of the storm.
So when we talk about minimum central pressure, everybody goes like, "Oh, what is that? Is it the outside of the hurricane?" No. The minimum central pressure is what they get while they're inside the eye of it. All the pressure is coming from inside the eye of the hurricane. And normally don't talk like
Yeah,
this
they
that
give
much.
you
So like right now on my phone, if I can find the God bless fucking thing, I think it was saying it was running at 992 millibars.
and the reason why we use millibars is because we don't use kilometers.
No, we
And
don't.
so the millibar, the minimum central pressure helps us understand how many knots or kilometers an hour are happening.
Which is we can see it the last time they went in is 990
Mm-hmm.
between the two. Because okay, so let me explain something here. So you see the 988s back in here. This is the first and second time they came out. So when you see they loop back in again over here, and they come out over here at this angle going back in toward Florida, you can see that the eye of the storm has changed in the millibars, kilometers, or what was the other one? Scarlett, help me.
It's only millibars
Kilometers.
or kilometers. But they say basically what it is as air is pulled into the eye of the hurricane. It draws moisture from the ocean and rises rapidly before condensing, cooling, and releasing large amounts of heat into the atmosphere before falling and begins the cycle again. This refuels
Right.
the hurricane, lowering the barometric pressure on the ocean surface. Okay, now, which is also people need to remember too that because the grand solar minimum and cosmic ray flux, that could also put a potential ability on the condensing, cooling, and releasing. So that could make it stronger in a sense.
Pam
So
said,
then
did it
they
go
say the
through an
lower the
Irie state?
barometric pressure on the center of the storm, the stronger the hurricane, and vice versa. Saffir-Simpson scale ranges from a Category 1 hurricane with the barometric pressure greater than 980 millibars to Category 5 with the central pressure of less than 920 millibars.
So here's the thing that I would say with ISAIAS. It's running the power of a Cat 2, but they have it categorized as a Cat 1.
I mean, it's not quite Cat 2 because the winds would have to be a lot faster.
The winds are, hold on, let me grab my phone.
It's only like 70 something, and anything over 75 is a Cat 1.
So hold on. Yeah.
75 to like 130 or something like that is a Cat 1, or 110 or something like that is a Cat 1.
So the wind speeds are 75 miles per hour.
Which is a
But
Cat 1. It's 1 mile an hour to
yeah,
over to be a Cat 1. Otherwise, up into that, it'd be a tropical storm.
but the gusts, which is what I was trying to say earlier, me and Scarlett have realized that the miles per hour forward does not mean fucking shit. It's the gusts that motherfucker is bringing off.
Yeah, because that's what's going to hit you rather than the storm moving.
which is the gust
But what they said though is that as
30 miles
air,
per hour more.
hold on, let me finish this though, because I was reading, acting like the fuel that feeds more energy into the storm. Moisture from warm water is converted to heat in the bands of rain that spiral around the eye. But see, that's not what's happening in this hurricane. It is not using the warm water, it's using the warm air temperatures on the ground. So it's a different thing. But then it gets pulled into the eye, rises rapidly, then condenses, cools, and releases large amounts of heat in the atmosphere before the air descends and begins a cycle again. This refuels the hurricane, lowering the barometric pressure on the ocean surface, which pulls more air in and upward, strengthening the hurricane. And because we got this jet stream that's feeding it, it's getting a bunch of air and a bunch of shit off the ocean as well as the heat from the ground. So, and it's not considered classic, a major hurricane.
Not
You
yet.
know, there was a few that were low millibars. You know what I mean? I
Right.
mean, Katrina was classified as a strong Cat 3, but it had millibars of 920. Which is super low.
Yeah.
That's why it fucked everything up. Only a very few tropical cyclones have made it that strong.
You know what? And the one in Imelda was getting ready to hit that area. It was 945
Well,
millibars.
people got to realize that they start with something as simple as a tropical disturbance, which is just like a heavy rains and strong winds. That's usually like a few hundred miles across. Then it turns into a tropical depression, and it starts to get into that circulation pattern. Okay, and in the northern hemisphere, our storms spin counterclockwise, and in the southern hemisphere, they spin clockwise.
Clockwise.
Yep. And
So
so the
Pam,
low pressure, you know what I mean? So it's crazy. And then the tropical storm is 39 to 73 miles an hour at an elevation of 32.8 feet. A tropical storm can develop from a depression in 12 to 48 hours. Then a tropical cyclone, which is basically a hurricane. In other countries, they would call it a tropical cyclone. They have a calm center called an eye with the strongest winds blowing in a band. The
yep.
Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale categorizes tropical cyclones by wind speed, barometric pressure, and level of storm surge. Now, I don't ever remember that being a part of the equation, but apparently they're going to add that now because.
So
So then they say a cyclone is classified as catastrophic with wind speeds exceed 155 miles an hour with more than 18 feet of storm surge. Holy shit.
so Pam said
You
that
wouldn't
it go
even
through.
want that, dude.
No, so Pam asked did it go through an eye replacement cycle yet? So probably right before
One of
a
the. Oh, I have the answer. Do you have the answer, Dwayne? Were you watching the news coverage and have the answer from 2 hours ago? Mm.
eye.
So, thank you. Let me speak. We have went through one banding cycle where, on the right side of the eye broke away, but nothing like a retooling of the eye, or you know what I mean, where we lose that eye wall structure. And I don't know if we will, but they did say one layer of the eye wall sheared off, but that might be all we get.
That might, and if that's the case, that thing's gonna pile up. And it's gonna get
That's the
stronger.
Yep, and that's the point. And so,
And so what I was meaning by that, dude, since we've only went through one eye replacement cycle, so we like, and I'm gonna bring back one that almost scared the shit out of me and fucking Scarlet, was when
right.
fucking Irma went through 4 in 1 fucking hour.
I mean, we went, yeah. I mean, some of these eye wall replacement cycles are interesting, but
Irma's
I mean,
happened. Irma's happened with her every 25 minutes because
right.
she was just picking up and picking up and picking up. So if this thing is now relying on the ground to strengthen out, that eye's not going to shed. What that eye is going to do is just keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller. smaller to where there's no more pressure for that thing to hold. And once it gets to that point, that thing can go boom. And like TLO just said, the storm surge has been adding to the mix due to the global warming, ocean
Oh,
levels rising,
good.
coastlessness.
Oh, TLO, where you at? Where you at, my friend? We
I
asked
just
you to
wanted
come
to
on.
come
Where you
here,
at, my friend?
and he just said that he seems like we got it because we're the experts in this.
Get your ass in here. We asked you to come on.
Get in here,
Shit.
damn it!
We have summoned you.
We've been
Damn
summoning you for the past 30 minutes.
We 51 minutes and 48 seconds if you want to be exact.
Well, I didn't summon him then. I really didn't summon him until you said something. Then I texted
You
him.
didn't even. I thought you were messaging him when you told me to get on. You said you were. How dare
Did.
you, Dwayne?
I
Look,
did. He
Dwayne
was
be
eating dinner.
bullshitting you, TLO. Look, he was supposed to message you before we even went on air so we could go on like the Three Amigos. Bullshit.
And I did.
Dwayne.
He said he was eating dinner.
Oh, what you eating, TLO? I want some.
My fucking lighter's not working. Scarlett, you know in hurricane season you need to have a fucking working fucking lighter.
Bruh, today I almost lost my shit on Mr. Tire because I had no lighter and he came home from lunch and I was like, you better give me the lighter in your pocket. And he was like, no, me. And I was like, look, not the time.
Now the
What up,
motherfucker's here.
TLO? Hey. What up, dude? Welcome.
What's going on?
Well, we're concerned. That's for sure.
North
Yes.
Carolina's getting the shit beat out of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been watching.
Yeah, it's been out of control.
What the
I mean,
fuck?
I'm more concerned about DC because North Carolina, South Carolina deal with that. Virginia,
Right.
I don't know how much they really deal with that. So I'm concerned for them.
That's
And then
the
as we go up the line,
yes.
because
Yes,
I
it's
don't
the
know how a
states that
city
aren't
like
used to this that you
go
have to be
ahead.
concerned about. The people, the
Right.
citizens that aren't used to the procedures, the standard operating procedures during a hurricane. So yes,
Number one,
you would be
yes.
Well, them
concerned for
And
really know
they
how to
such
already
deal
a
with
don't
it.
fucking listen. This is the problem. Dwayne and
Yeah.
I have almost pulled our hair out most years trying to
I
get people
did.
to understand hurricanes,
I
right?
shaved
And
my head so I didn't pull my fucking hair out.
right? I swear to God, because I'm telling you, it's already hard enough to get people to follow directions in non-COVID world.
Oh
Okay.
my god. Fucking Florida when that
Exactly.
one dude when like I can just board my fucking windows up and put sandbags down, I'll be fine going like, do you know how retarded you sound?
Right. Like,
I
right.
hate to say that, but this is what
Like
happened.
some people are tripping. Like now in the Key West, I don't blame the people who stayed in their apartments because they're concrete apartment buildings, right?
Yes.
They're meant to be
So
standing.
it's going to take
Especially in
something
Key West, that's probably one of
ridiculous,
the safer places to be.
Now when fucking
right? You
Irma
dig what
ripped
I'm
right through
saying?
the
With
fucking bitch.
Well, that is when Irma went through, but the thing that saved a lot of people down there. Now, a lot of people who had trailers and stuff got screwed, but the people who stayed in those concrete homes or concrete apartment buildings were okay.
Correct.
Now I want to give a story real quick about the fucking one time me and Scarlett almost really fucking pulled our hair out when this one dude would not fucking listen. He went like, a tree has fallen through my house, but I'm going to stay where I'm at because I feel safe with the tree in my house. Scarlett literally fucking messaged me on her back channel and like, bro, I'm really about to go to fucking Florida in the middle of a fucking hurricane and murder this dumb fuck. Like, I had to stop Scarlett from going to fucking Florida in the middle of a fucking hurricane, not just to fucking knock somebody out.
Well, he was being stupid. These people do not understand how they're putting their own lives in their hands, unfortunately. And now with COVID, it's made it more complicated because nobody's opening up shelters.
Yes.
And see, now
But
we've
then
always had shelter.
North Carolina said they would, and they would have proper PPE for everybody who came, whatever the deal is. Because I'm sorry, if COVID happened, or let's say this hurricane happens, and they're talking 5 foot goddamn storm surge all the way up through Virginia, and then maybe 1 to 3 feet all the way up the rest of the coast. Okay, whatever. If water starts coming in my home, do you think the first thing I'm fucking grabbing is a mask? Absolutely not.
Right.
No, and let's talk
That's
about
like
this
the
too,
last goddamn thing I'm grabbing. And so
Well,
they
especially
really
since
need
it's going to be raining and it's going to be wet anyway, so it's going to be useless.
bro. And
thank
let me say
you.
this: And I've heard many people say, I'm going to go sit in an attic.
They did say it was like a nor'easter, though, Pam. They did. The guy on the local news, I think it was in North Carolina or Virginia,
We were
they
just watching.
basically said this is like a winter storm with how it's being fed.
Right. And you know what? And the way it's being fed is so confusing to me because I've only dealt with
Yeah,
one or
we've
two.
never dealt with the storm that's really done this. But that's because we think about it. All the hurricanes that have really came on that side, of the Atlantic,
We're
usually make landfall and then grind to a halt and stop. This one's not doing that.
And Scarlett, I heard the meteorologist guy earlier when we were fucking listening, and this could remind me of something when he said, guys, do not go in your attics. Oh my God. Me and Scarlett.
I got flashbacks over attics, dude. That's about the one thing I will scream the fuck at you during a hurricane.
Bro,
Never go to your fucking attic ever. Never, ever, ever. Unless you got a motherfucking chainsaw, I don't want you up in your attic. You got a chainsaw, you know that motherfucker works, you good to go. Other than that, you are not allowed to be in your fucking attic because, see, people don't realize. Okay, attics, yes, they're at the top of your house. Yes, it seems like you can get right out. But no, because they build that motherfucker so shit can't get in your house, fool. Which also means you can't get out.
Bro, like, listen
you ain't gonna just be able to kick your roof open.
This one dude said, I'm gonna take me.
They use such thick fucking plyboard on your roof, you can't just kick that motherfucker free. You can't just hatchet that bitch free. You need a motherfucking chainsaw. And even then, you're going to be working on that bitch for 20, 30 minutes. So you better have a good chainsaw.
Bro, and I remember
seriously, that's no joke because guess what? If the firefighters have to come to save you, they're bringing a chainsaw. And guess what? It's going to take 20 to 30 minutes to get your ass out. So I hope you have that much time to get the fuck out.
And I'm going to laugh when I fucking tell you all Scarlett's reaction to this. This dude said, I'm going to take me, my dog, my wife, my 15-year-old, and my 3-month-old baby. And next thing you know, I go to talk and I click my button on Zello. And this time the moderator mode's on so she can fucking interrupt me at any point she fucking wanted to. Next thing I know, she's going like, nigga, do you not understand? Do not go into your fucking attic. And she asked, did you say 3-month-old baby? And he went like, yes. And oh my God, Scarlet Flip. She called this man everything under the fucking sun. Called him a fucking dumbass, called him a fucking retard, said I'm gonna come down there and kick your fucking ass. I don't care if you're white, blue, black, yellow, green, Mexican, whatever. I'm coming for you, you're dead fucking meat. Fuck you, you're a piece of fucking shit. And
I never say anything like that, Dwayne. You're tripping. I don't talk to people like that during hurricanes. You are tripping.
You did when he said he's gonna take a 3-month-old child up into the fucking attic.
Now, I told him that was a really stupid idea, and I advised it against that, but I didn't say all that. Now, to you, I might have said all that, but to him, I did not say all that.
Yeah, that was my reaction of it. Scarlett's just fucking going off, and I'm sitting on fucking laughing. I mean, it can't be worse when AJ comes in and says the same goddamn fucking thing, just a little bit more harsher than me and Scarlett said it.
People don't get it. People just don't get it. I get so concerned when we do this because we realize how and I don't want to say stupid people are, but I guess I'm just gonna say it, how stupid people are. And I don't know if that's just a deficit or if people haven't been taught right or they just don't want to know, don't want to care. I don't know what it is.
We give you tip. We gave them tips 3 days. 3 fucking days before.
But yeah, but keep in mind, Florida people are hard-headed. So they don't want to hear it.
I remember the one guy going
They've been through hurricanes. They've been there, done that. They feel like they're master hurricane fucking riders. Okay, that's cool.
Until we had to sit there with a 15-year-old until he basically died.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it does. This is the problem: is that this is what we're trying to prevent, to try to teach people and educate them. But even pre-COVID, Tilo, this is the problem. The education, they don't want it. Yeah. They don't care. They feel, and then the sad part is when something does happen, then they cry for the government to come play Captain Save-A-Ho.
And you know what? FEMA's not doing that this year.
FEMA 8, and I'm gonna be interested after this one to see what actually happens, because I think this one we're gonna actually have some damage. That other little hurricane that came and hit the other side of Texas, like Corpus Christi side, that wasn't even that big
No.
of a deal. It was just like a rain event.
Nah, but
And that
Harvey,
side
when
of
that
the
fucker
and
came
that side
through.
of Texas needed rain anyway.
But I'll say this: when Harvey came through and we got down there, dude, it looked like fucking Iraq just fucking blew up in the middle of fucking shit.
It did. It did. And that's the sick part about it is I don't know. Oh, go look up a hydrologic outlook on the USGS for those
USGS.
areas. I need the US hydrologic outlook.
Let me go to
Because
the
I want to see if
USGS
there's going to
site.
be some flooding out of this. Like, do we know what stage rivers are at and shit? Because I really haven't heard about that yet. Have you heard anything, Tilo?
Okay,
No,
what the
they
fuck am
haven't
I
even
looking for?
mentioned that, to be honest.
Right, that's what I mean. I haven't
How
heard
the
it,
fuck
but
do I?
you know they use U.S. hydrologic outlook.
US hydro
Hydrologic
hydrologic.
outlook.
Oh, let's see if
River
they
fork.
have.
I already found it. It's water.weather.gov.
I wish you would have just given me that. Water
I didn't know that that's what it was.
weather.
Okay, let's go see. Now, Raleigh, North Carolina is currently in 2 gauges in moderate flood stage. Okay.
Yeah, I'm seeing that
So
now.
then let's go see. I gotta go back because I have to go to a different river forecast center, the Mid Atlantic River Forecast Center, to go up further.
No, Pam, I will not say Katrina. Not happening. I'm
Katrina
not
was
drinking
fucked
that
up,
fight.
man. I met so many people up here who came up here because of Katrina and shit, and they were real traumatized. That's a group of people that honestly the government forgot about. And that was the first time I really realized if something really bad happens, the government's not coming. I
Correct.
was
Bro,
glued. I wish I knew how to do what I do now. And I don't know if live streams were as popular as they are now
No,
then during Katrina. I don't think they were. But
no, they weren't.
I was glued to any news coverage they had during that time. Like that really started getting my news coverage like gears going. Cause I already, honestly, I've been watching news coverage 24/7 for a very long time. I don't think people realize this. When I first started watching the news coverage was right after the beginning of the Iraq war. The first night they did the shock and awe campaign. And they had that
yeah,
shit on 24/7 and that's all they showed.
Scarlett, what
Yep,
the fuck am I clicking for the game select?
that's when I first started watching the coverage. Oh shit. Okay, so now though in Washington and Maryland, you guys, this is not good. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 gauges in moderate flood stage.
No,
7
dude,
gauges.
no, shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Yup, it's
Shut
about to
up.
be lit. It's about to be lit. Just wait. It's about to be lit.
Oh,
Because
wait.
they
What
have
the
the
fuck?
little Anamessex River at Crisfield. Currently, the last observed value was 2.62 feet at 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Flood stage is 3.5 feet. They're expecting by 2 p.m. on Tuesday to be at 4.2 feet, which
No.
is moderate flood stage.
No, 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 no.
This river runs as an inlet from the ocean. So if they're going to get storm surge, this is going to be a whole bunch of fucking shit because they're right there. Oh, here's a future precipitation map. Ooh, let me look at this. What do they got? Okay, so they're expecting 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 7 inches in certain places. on the non-coastal side of Maryland and New Jersey, like inland. What the hell is that? Pennsylvania? Is New Jersey attached to Pennsylvania? What the hell shape state is that? Is that
Where the fuck
Pennsylvania?
did TLO just go?
I don't know.
But scroll and here's the
That
thing
might
that
be Pennsylvania, though. Hold on, I gotta go. Yeah, does Pennsylvania touch Lake Erie? I think it does. If it does, then that's Pennsylvania. I just don't know the shape of Pennsylvania, but I swear it's attached to New Jersey.
TLO's coming back.
I know he is, but that's probably I wish I could show you guys this. Go to Did you hold on? I gotta get you to this page. Hold on.
It's not letting me pull it up. I'm already there.
Well, hold on. Let me show you. Are you on the gridded precipitation forecast?
Yeah, I'm there, and it's not letting me pull shit up.
Garbage.
Dude, it's my fucking internet for some reason. I don't fucking know why. We had storms today.
Maybe
It
some
rained
places
pretty
are
bad
out.
here. Dude, it rained pretty bad here for a good hour. Like, it was downpour.
I had saw that. I followed this page called Ohio Weather News Reports, and they were showing tornado
Dude, fucking
coverage.
Canton got downpour rain. But I want to say this, though, too. And I want to give, if anybody from South Carolina is watching this, I want to give y'all some fucking tips. I think it's time to start throwing tips out there because this is an active hurricane and active tornadoes we're dealing with.
Yeah, the 72-hour forecast is not good for that coastal area of Pennsylvania, hugging the New Jersey line, as
Star,
well as Maryland.
Can you follow me here for a minute?
I'm trying to follow you, but you're not following.
So tips, guys. One, if you're in a home, stay away from your fucking windows. I say this every time. Every fucking time. Every time.
Well, I mean, if you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning area, I mean, then you wouldn't have to worry about it. But if you have a tornado warning over your head,
stay away from your windows.
Please do. Because that's bullshit.
not,
you just got to be, or if you know
I think
that
if
your
you're in a
house,
tornado warning, your windows are the least of your concern. You should probably be seeking shelter in a bathroom or closet or the inner part of your house.
lowest sturdy interior room of your home with no windows. Because I don't know if they have basements or not out there. I don't know how they're set
No.
up.
Well, the Carolinas a little bit more so, but still they have a pretty high water table out there. I know, say like in Charleston, it's basically like 2-3 feet in water. So
Yep.
I don't think they
Yeah, so
have.
that's what I mean. They get
Yeah.
any rain and they're usually flooding, so it'd be interesting to know.
So the
I
next
actually
thing
haven't
is,
contacted Charleston. Let me ask, what is it like?
so my next thing is, me and TLO said this yesterday. Have a portable battery charger that is charged in case your power goes out.
Yes.
Yes, charge all your batteries now. If you're in the area like you, Pam, if you got any extra battery packs or anything that needs to be charged, charge that shit now.
Yes.
Number two, take your social security card, your birth certificate, and your state ID, put it in a Ziploc bag, and put it in your freezer.
Yep, that or your bug out bag if you plan on leaving, or if you would have to leave, make it accessible.
I would just put it in a bug out bag, to be honest.
Bug out bag. Well, where the fuck are they going to bug out to at this point?
Especially for the situations that we're having people in, which is that they don't have a shelter, they're just trying to ride it out in their homes. Having the ability to escape quickly is probably paramount.
Yep, that's the most important part if you're bugging in at home. The only part that concerns me about bugging in at home is because they don't teach us bugging skills. You know what I mean? Such as if you're in a hurricane. They really didn't even talk about this hurricane before it came, and they definitely didn't tell the whole East Coast to get the fuck ready.
Right.
Right.
People, but then how can you have people going to the stores having a hurricane rush in a pandemic? You can't. So see, they're doing a bunch of damage control that I think does more harm than help. Yes, because what the shit? Tried to kick me out. I know you live there. I know you live in PA, so that's why I'm trying to tell you to get ready because it's coming your way, and they're showing up to 7 inches of rain. Because I'm pretty sure that's the shape of Pennsylvania. I don't know what other state it would be. And yeah, those eastern counties that are about maybe like 6 to 8 counties in from the coast, or at least where it's attached to like where New Jersey is in a whole buttload of hurt right now.
You know what? In TLO, I'm going to say this. You were fucking right yesterday, dude, when we were on it. You were fucking right. My next tip is if you can, and I say this every year, Scarlett agrees with me, other people don't, write your social security number, your name, your birth date, and your blood type on your fucking waist. Please.
Yeah,
Please.
if you're in a coastal area specifically that's getting the 3 to 5 foot storm surge warnings that are dealing with multiple tornado warnings, if you live in a wooded area that you could suspect like some widowmakers coming down on your house,
Or a tree.
anywhere that there's an actual perceived threat. Now, just rain and a little flooding, maybe not needed. But for these areas, especially that have, because like I said, I didn't see too many communities in flood gauge when I looked at it, besides the Maryland area, which is highly concerning for those people out there. But there isn't too many rivers in flood gauge right now, which is good because that means we've got room to move on getting a lot of rain in these areas.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
So that's a good thing. But if you're in one of these potential areas, like I said, if you're on the coast, if you're in an area that's heavily wooded, if you're in an area that's prone to flooding or has flooded in the past during serious past storms, but it had to be a lot of rain, this might be the time to start thinking about what do you do. If your neighborhood starts flooding, if a river breaks its banks, if a dam fails, what are you going to do?
right? And if you guys,
You just can't, people got to think about this too. Now, some things that people have used in the past, if your neighborhood does flood, are like empty plastic totes duct taped around the top. And you use that as a flotation device. If you have life jackets and you know your area floods, put them on you and your children. And I'm serious with that. Even once you start getting up to about 3 feet of water, 4 foot of water, that could sweep you off your feet. You got to, even 2 feet of water could sweep you off your feet. You got to be real careful when it's rushing, moving water. Now, stagnant water, no, but a water with current,
oh yeah,
absolutely.
oh
And so
of course,
those are the things that people don't think about that I think are the most dangerous. After the storm has passed, don't go the fuck outside right away. Do not go outside right away, especially if you don't have power. And I'm going to tell you why. Unless you're going to investigate and then you just ran into a goddamn live power line. That's what happened during Harvey. The one call I'll never forget is we had a call from a concerned person who had said that, hey, I sent my nephews out to this house to go check on my family members. And it's been a couple hours and I haven't heard from them. And is there any way you could send someone over there?
he did too.
And so we comply, we oblige, and we say, oh, yeah, absolutely, we can do that. Okay. So we send somebody over there and they find both nephews dead. Why were they dead, do you ask? Because they went over there right after the hurricane passed, went to go check on their family members, and they had live power lines in their yard. They were not de-energized, and that unfortunately they were killed and electrocuted.
Right, and guys,
so that's seriously serious. No, that's serious. Like 2 men died over that, and I will never forget that woman's scream when she found out that they were deceased.
Bro, I remember her screaming too, and that was all over Zello. Speaking of Zello, guys, if you have Zello, go to, hold on, I gotta give the channel name because I forgot we have this channel just in case it does happen. Hey, Scarlett, look, our Zello channel's coming in handy for
Oh,
one. Disaster Response Team 2020 on Zello.
correct.
I don't know how to pull the link off of it, unfortunately. I mean, actually, yeah, I do. I sent it to
I'll have to
Scarlett.
show you tomorrow again because you just forgot how to share the channel is all.
No, I shared it to you. I sent it to you.
Just now?
Yeah, on Messenger.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so
guys,
disaster response, search disaster response team 2020. And then you should be able to find it, add yourself. Zello is a great way to communicate through a walkie-talkie style app, of which during the riots, that's what we should have used. TLO was Zello. I don't know why I was not thinking appropriately or properly.
I told you, you just didn't fucking listen to me.
You didn't tell me shit about using Zello, Dwayne. Do you remember him saying something about Zello?
I don't remember that.
Thank
I
you.
told
TLO
you
would remember too. You ain't telling me shit. You lying, Dwayne. You lying. You lying. Quit
No, not
lying.
my mom was sitting right fucking beside me when I told you to fucking get on your Zello app. You didn't fucking listen.
Man, look here, Dwayne. Nobody was listening to you. We were trying to deal with real life problems. But yeah, Zello next time, that's the way to go because honestly, you can walkie talkie someone at any point and then you have point of contact without even calling them. You know, you can check and make sure, like, oh, you okay? Yep,
Bro,
okay, cool.
there was one call I'll never forget since we're going to go down memory lane here for a minute. Is that we got during Irma and that one boy was trapped under a tree and me and Scarlett sat in a private channel with him with all the other team members and basically listened to him die and take his last breath.
Yeah, that was sad.
Because what
There's a lot of
happened,
sad moments we've had too, like the time during Imelda where we had to tell those old people they were gonna die. That was super fucked up.
bro? No, because I heard that old man scream, "Shut up!" No,
That was
fuck
super
off.
fucked up.
When I
No, it
hear that,
was though. You know what was worse? When the police told us to call them to tell them that they were going to die. That
yeah,
was
no,
worse.
because
Honestly, that was probably one of the worst moments of my life. I'm not even gonna joke around and say that it wasn't because I'm sorry. That's what I realized, like 100%, 10,000%, no doubt, that honestly, when the shit hits the fan and it gets really fucking hard, no one is going to come fucking save you because they
No.
knew. And these people did live in a very remote area, okay?
Right.
They lived in a very remote area. They lived in a place where you couldn't access it by road. All the roads were washed out. All you could do was get a bird in there. You couldn't even send a boat because the water was rushing too fast to even try to send any type of swift water rescue or anything that would have been effective. So the only thing you could do was a bird. And they only have so many birds. And so if a bird's up in the air doing something, you can't take the bird off of something else to go somewhere else.
No.
Okay, so that's the only thing is that they were in. And so, you know, when people are picking bug out spots too, really think about that. Are you ever going to call for authorities or help if you're at your location? Like, I get you want to be secluded and bug the fuck out, but at the same time, too, if you ever plan on using, like, you know, commercial or I guess, like, you know, real world, like emergency services, you got to think about their response time too.
Absolutely.
right?
You
And
know, especially right now, if people aren't thinking about response time, you know, it's already, they said too, don't expect the power to come back on right away either because we got smaller crews because of COVID.
Yep.
So this is going to be a multi-day event for people. So yeah, Pam, we'll be sad. Ooh, Pam, you better like PM me like your number or something so like I can keep in contact in case the internet shuts down or something. I'll be sad. We won't
right,
hear from Pam for days and we'll be all concerned. Like
right, and you know,
seriously.
like I was saying before my mom came in, you know, that old man, Scarlett, I heard him rip his oxygen mask off, and I heard him just start yelling.
Well, what were you supposed to do?
Right.
Okay, because we had told him that he was probably going to get help and we were going to be able to, but at that point, the water was up to the fucking roof. They're in the goddamn attic. We knew that we had corralled them up there, but they had no other fucking choice, or else they already would have been dead before then. So, you know, his wife is disabled. He had to carry her ass up there to begin with, and he's old. He was like 80.
Right.
Bro,
Okay,
I
so
was
this
just
was like
glad.
do or die for them. You know what I mean? To begin with, like this was like the task of a lifetime just to bring her up there. Then they get her up there. Then I start really pulling up the Google Earth images and shit. And I'm like, holy shit, there's no way into this house. There's absolutely no way in, you
We
guys.
got
There's
in though.
no way. No, they didn't. Those people died, Dwayne. No
See,
one ever went to those people. We
you
had
know
to
what?
tell them that they were going to die.
And like, here's my thing: is like,
Nobody
at,
ever got into them, unfortunately. Now they got in maybe a couple days later, but they were deceased. Like they were on the list to be checked on eventually. But that's if their home even probably stood afterwards. The way their house was on stilts as it was, and the way that storm came in, I would be surprised if that house even survived the water with it rushing.
you know what? And here's the thing, and I'm gonna bring up one more call that I dealt with, that I personally dealt with. Scarlett just kind of sat in the background and let me do my thing. It's literally 5:30 in the morning. No, they died back. It's 3:30 in the fucking morning. I'm on the phone. I'm not even
And
on
now with
Zello.
COVID world, if you get hurt, it's so much more fucked because nobody can go to the hospital with you. Nobody can do shit if you get hurt. You have to go
Right,
alone, even if you get hurt in the hurricane.
right. And like the thing is I'm on the phone at 2:30, 3:30 in the morning with Scarlett, and I am dealing with a pregnant woman. Now let me
Yeah,
tell you this. I am ready to reach through the
not
fucking phone and
everybody.
Scarlett.
I would just like to say this too. Um, Maybe it's just because I'm crunchy. Maybe it's just because I don't know. I had children at this point. This person was a first time mom. The amount of fear about her own anatomy and body was really scary and appalling. The
Right.
amount of anatomy knowledge. Okay, because like, check it out. It's early in the morning. Okay, I'm going through calls. We get a call over, or it was on Facebook, and
And
somebody
that's
was
why
like,
we had
"My
to call.
niece, yeah, my niece is having a baby and in labor right now, and she needs help, and the water is coming up in their neighborhood."
And this is where
And
I
so
come
we're
into
like,
fucking
"Oh
play.
shit." So I'm like, okay, so I messaged the aunt on Facebook and I'm like, is this call still active? Does your niece still need help? Has anybody, got in contact with her? And she said, no, nobody has. We're still waiting. 911 is busy. I said, okay, because at this point, we were with the group that we're the force of last resort when 911 is down. So that's the magic words I need to hear to know that I can intervene.
Right.
And so
He
at
intervened.
that point, yeah, intervene, because there needs to be somebody to help this woman. Do you know what intervene means? Would you like to go look that up, Dwayne?
No, I know, but the thing is
We
the
have to.
lack of an
That's how we do things. That's what it's called. You would intervene in the situation.
I
Otherwise,
know,
we
but
would have just let that shit go because we can't intervene until 911 is down.
the
We,
lack
we could not. We could not engage until 911 was down.
the
That was the rule of the group.
the lack of anatomy, and then this boyfriend. I told him on the phone, can you check and
Her
see if
cervix.
you could see if you could feel the fucking head
Or see it at
or
least. Can
see
you
it?
look
And
between her
he
legs
went
and are you seeing any head? Are you feeling pressure down there? And she's like, oh, yeah, I'm feeling pressure down there.
and
How
he
much
goes
pressure?
like,
Oh, it's really bad. It's really bad pressure. So me and Dwayne are thinking the baby's crowning. You know what I mean? Like that's usually when people complain when you're having a baby. So I'm thinking, oh, she's crowning. Dwayne's like, oh shit. You know what I mean? We're both like, oh. And so we ask her, hey, can you either yourself or, because we were like, can you stick, a couple fingers up your vagina to see if you could feel the baby?
let me finish
And
this
she goes,
part because this is where I got pissed and I kind of went off. Fucking
no, but hold on. Continue. But hold on. Like, so I'm like, because we're trying to ask her because, at this point, we need to know how far the baby has moved at this point,
Right.
you know? So she's like, oh no, I can't do that. Oh,
so
I can't do that.
this is where
So
Dwayne
we're
gets
like, okay,
involved.
we're thinking maybe because she's big and pregnant, hell, I couldn't even see my hoo ha, let alone touch it when I was big enough. So it's just like, I get it. Okay, I get it.
This
So
is
we're like, all right, is anybody else there with you? And she's
Right.
like, yes, my boyfriend is here.
can I
So
tell this
we're like,
part because this is
okay,
where I got involved.
now you can tell that. I was just about to say, now Dwayne can tell this part but we asked her to make sure, if anybody, we wanted to know too if she was alone or not, because that makes it a more serious situation, pregnant
So
as well.
I get the
Yes.
boyfriend on the phone, and I went like, "All right, I need you to stick at least 1 to 2 fingers in there to see if you can feel the head." And this is no fucking joke. No fucking joke. He went like, "I am not fucking sticking my fingers anywhere near that." And I'm fucking going like, "Dude, you stuck your
Dude,
fucking dick in her to get her fucking pregnant, but you can't fucking
dude,
check her vagina."
we were floored at that point. We were just like, whoa, there's people like this out there. Like I said, I don't know if it's just because I'm really comfortable with my body or you know what I mean or what, but I didn't think that was a crazy question to ask.
No,
Like,
it's
bro, and I said this: you can stick your dick in there and get her pregnant, but you can't stick 2 fucking fingers in there to feel around her cervix. And I told him how to fucking find the fucking cervix. Ask Scarlett. I was detailed more than a motherfucker. I was a
It
little
was
too
not,
detailed.
yeah, well, no, not for medical, trying to tell somebody what to do over the phone, but it was just appalling. It was really shocking that they were like, no, that's basically like dirty and gross, and I would never do that. And it's like, but y'all had a baby. Like,
yeah.
what the
Well,
hell?
there are a
Like,
lot of people like that.
I didn't realize that these people
Bro,
existed, and it's like it's concerning for them because it's like, what if she was, you know,
I hung up. I hung
alone
up the fucking
or
phone.
well,
Scarlett was
not
so
only
mad
that,
at me.
no, when we hung up was no, you forget when we hung up, you see, because there was more frustration in this call. After that, we're like, okay, so no one's coming, right? And she's like, oh, no one's coming. I haven't talked to anybody else, blah, blah, blah. Then all of a sudden, like literally like 2 minutes after that, they're like, oh, Cajun Navy showed up and we're going to the hospital. So you also fucking called Cajun Navy?
Yeah, right.
So it's like you lied about who you were all calling and then
Yeah.
aren't even willing to do what you want to do, and then in the end up going to the hospital anyway and said, oh no, I can walk, I'm fine, all this other shit. So it was like she was exaggerating what was going on, and that's when we were like, oh yeah, we're done. That's it.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
done with this.
We're done
This
here.
has ended this
Well, that's it.
conversation. It's crazy how people react though. I mean, you'd be surprised. I mean, you get some larpers, you get some people who are fake calls, so you got to be aware and watching for that, but for the most part, people don't realize how many people go without actual
I'll be
help.
back, Scarlett.
Yeah, no worries. Help or intervention from the government or otherwise, or even local authorities.
Right.
They just disappear and go sit in their EOC the whole time.
Yeah. Eating
That's,
donuts.
it's true.
It is.
They go from afar, they watch everything from cameras, and they're just like, oh yeah, everything's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing to see
Don't
here.
worry, everything's fine. It's great. It's
Yep.
fine. Don't
Everything's
worry about
good.
it. Everything's good. Don't worry. It's wonderful. Holy crap, look at all these warnings. Holy shit, look at weather.gov. Have you looked at weather.gov? Holy shit.
I don't have any access to that at the moment.
What?
I'm
Yeah,
doing one.
Pam, where are you at? Are you down by like Lancaster or like Gettysburg or like where are you at? Because the tropical flash flood and coastal flood warning is going on right now. So we're going to read that. We have a coastal hazard message from the National Weather Service at Mount Holly, New Jersey. At 11:19 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Monday, August 3rd, 2020, a coastal flood warning remains in effect from 11 a.m. Tuesday to 6 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time Wednesday. 1 to 2 feet of inundation above ground level expected in low-lying areas near shorelines and tidal waterways. The eastern shore of Chesapeake Bay and associated tidal tributaries in the Maryland counties of Cecil, Kent, Queen Anne's, Talbot, and Caroline. And they say from 11 a.m. to 6 a.m. Wednesday as well. Okay. So I didn't notice that was 11 a.m. Tuesday to 6 a.m. Wednesday.
Right.
Impacts at this level: widespread roadway flooding occurs in bayside communities and along tidal roadways. some roads may become impassable. Minor damage to vulnerable structures may begin to occur. Coastal flood warning means that moderate or major tidal flooding is occurring and or imminent. Be prepared for rising water levels and take appropriate action. And we got a full moon right now too, so that doesn't help shit right now for tide.
No, it doesn't.
No, it makes it worse, you guys. So then they say, be prepared to take appropriate action to protect life and property. Follow the recommendations of local emergency management officials. Do not drive your vehicle through floodwaters. The water may be deeper than you think it is. You'll be putting yourself in danger and your vehicle may be damaged, leading to costly repairs. And they didn't add this, but this is always my special hurricane sign off. And as always, turn around. Don't drown.
Right.
That's real. Dwayne knows that one. Visit the Advanced Hydrologic Prediction Service at water.weather.gov/AHPS for additional water level and flood impact information for your local tide gauge. Okay, so here's the time of total high tides are approximate to the nearest hour. Okay, 4:12 a.m. Okay,
Bro,
so the
hold up.
No, I'm not going to hold up. I'm reading numbers, Dwayne.
Yeah, and I just got more tornado warnings, so hold on for a second.
I don't give a shit about your tornado warnings. I'm going to read my tide warnings first, and then we'll talk about damn tornado warning. Get the information, and then get ready.
I
Okay,
have it.
I could already been done with these. Just shh. Damn it, Dwayne. Okay, so yesterday at 12 a.m., 3.7 feet total tide. The total tide feet is 0.4. Departure from foot normal is about a half a foot. Flood impact, none. Okay, total tide is about to be 5.4 feet. Tomorrow in the morning, total tide is 2.1 feet. Departure from foot normal, 2.1 feet. No flood impact. Chesapeake Bay at Tolster Beach. Today in the morning will be 3.4 feet above tide. Departure from normal, 1.4 feet, none. Tomorrow, around 8 p.m., there will be a 3.1 departure from normal tide footage, which means there'll be moderate flooding in Chesapeake Bay at Tolster Beach. Eastern Bay at Claiborne will also have tomorrow around 5 p.m. Total tide of 2.7 feet above 4.4 feet above normal. And so there will be moderate impact flooding from that. So now, what are your tornado warnings?
So the tornado warnings are. So this is coming from 1% of the Old Republic. 1% Patriots.
Oh yeah, I know 1% of the Old Republic. Okay, so tornado warning. The National Weather Service in Wakefield has issued a tornado warning for Southampton County in southeastern Virginia and northeastern Sussex County in southeastern Virginia until 3:45 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 3:14 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles southeast of Homeville, or 9 miles north of Cortland, moving north at 35 miles an hour. Hazard tornado. Source radar indicated rotation. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Homeville around 3:25 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Wakefield around 3:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Waverly around 3:35 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Lumberton, Dorey, Newville, Manry, Berlin, and Littleton. Take cover now. Move to a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors or in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Please report severe weather by calling 757-899-2415, posting it to the National Weather Service Wakefield Facebook page, or using Twitter at National Weather Service Wakefield VA.
Dwayne, your voice changed.
Dwayne sucks. He didn't have it ready.
Yeah, I did. I was sitting right here with it.
Dwayne, you're not fast enough. Get with it. But you got to do the other one that came out at 3:11.
I only got one because I just got added in the group.
Oh, well, there's other ones. You can go to weather.gov and get them too. A tornado warning remains in effect for 3:30 a.m. for the southwestern Isle of Wight and east central Southampton counties and the central city of Suffolk. At 3:11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Carsville or New Holland, moving north at 40 miles an hour. Hazard tornado. Source radar indicated rotation. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Zuni around 3:20 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Ivor around 3:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Central Hill, Walters, Whitley, Boaz, Colosse, and Burdett. Take cover now. Move to a basement or to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Oh, hail is also at 0.75 inches. The National Weather Service at Wakefield, tornado warning for northwestern Pasquotank County in northeastern North Carolina, Perquimans County in northeastern North Carolina, and eastern Gates County in northeastern North Carolina. Until 3:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Snug Harbor or 10 miles south of Hertford, moving north at 60 miles an hour. Hazard tornado, radar indicated rotation. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near. So now that's 2:25. It'll be about Ryland, Belvedere, and Tyner, and Sunbury and Hobbsville around 3:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Holiday Island, Glidden, Savage, Peach, St. John's, Parkville, Nicanor, Yeopim Station. Wow, that was interesting. Carter and Beach Springs. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Tornadoes are extremely difficult to see and confirm at night. Do not wait to hear or see the tornado. Take cover now. Please report severe weather by calling 757-899-2415, posting to the National Weather Service Wakefield Facebook page, or using Twitter. National Weather Service, Wakefield, VA. No hail in that storm. Tornado warning for 3:30 a.m. So that storm that we saw was an extremely dangerous tornado located near Cora Peak, or 10 miles southeast of downtown Suffolk, moving at north at 40 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris will be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damages to homes, businesses, and vehicles likely, and complete destruction is possible. The tornado will be near downtown Suffolk around 3:20 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Kings Fork and Driver around 3:25 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and Windsor around 3:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Wilroy, Nerney, Kilby, Suffolk Airport, Deans, Saunders, Magnolia, Indica, and Loomis. To repeat, a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoor in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Tornado was observed. Tornado damage threat is considerable. Hail is at 0.75 inches. It's lit. I mean, that last storm sounded not good.
No, it doesn't.
Not good at all. We got flood warnings. Let's talk about the flood warnings. So let's go here. Boom, 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 boom. Flood warning continues for the following rivers in North Carolina. The Neuse River near Clayton affecting Johnston County. Neuse River at Smithfield affecting Johnston County. Safety message. If you encounter deep water while driving, do not attempt to drive through. Turn around. Don't drown. Thank you for adding that, National Weather Service. Okay. So the flood warning continues for the Neuse River near Clayton from this evening, Thursday evening until the warning is canceled at 2:15 a.m. Tuesday. The stage was at 1.8 feet. Flood stage is 9.0 feet. Moderate flooding is forecast. The forecast will rise above flood stage this evening and continue to rise near 13.0 feet by tomorrow afternoon. The river will fall below flood stage by Thursday morning. Impact at 13.0 feet. There'll be extensive flooding, which will close the Neuse River Greenway Trail. At 10 feet, the Neuse River Greenway at Covered Bridge begins to flood. At 9.0 feet, minor overflow occurs on both banks. Water reaches the edge of the Neuse River Greenway Trail. Flood warning also continues the same. Now they expect at Smithfield, the flood stage is 15.0 feet. 2:15 a.m. Tuesday, it was at 7.7 feet. It will rise above flood stage this evening and continue to rise till 19.3 feet by early Thursday morning. The river will fall below flood stage by Friday. Impact at 20 feet, major flood stage. Flooding cuts off the water treatment plant's access to the reservoir. No water, y'all.
Right.
And it's expected to go to 19.3 feet. So that's about almost, and if it goes any higher, that means no water, no fresh water for the foreseeable future in that area. At 18 feet,
Michigan.
right? It's gonna be like worse than Flint shit. At 18.0 feet, the Smithfield Town Park and the Neuse River Walk at the US 70 bridge are flooded. At 15.0 feet, minor flood stage. Flooding begins along the Neuse River Walk. Water nears the base of the holding tank at the water treatment plant. So water will be at the base of the holding tanks above 4 feet when this is all said and done. So that's not good. Let's see what the hurricane local statement says. Hold on, we got a lot of shit going on. Hurricane local statement. This product covers central and eastern Virginia, northeastern Carolina, and the lower Maryland eastern shore. Tropical cyclone ISAIAS is expected to impact the local area late tonight into Tuesday. Changes to watches and warnings, none. Current watches and warnings. A tropical storm warning is in effect for Accomack, Brunswick, Caroline, Charles City, Chesapeake, Dinwiddie, Dorchester, Eastern Chesterfield, including Colonial Heights, COL Heights. I don't know. That could be Colonel or Colonial. I don't know. Eastern Essex, Eastern Hanover, Eastern Henrico, Eastern King William, Eastern King and Queen, Gates, Gloucester, Greensville, Hampton, Puckwesson, Hertford, Inland Worcester, Isle of Wight, James City, Lancaster, Maryland Beaches, Matthew, Middlesex, New Kent, Newport News, Norfolk and Portsmouth, Northampton, Northumberland, Prince George, Richmond, Somerset, Southampton, Suffolk, Surrey, Sussex, Virginia Beach, Western Chesterfield, Western Essex, Western Hanover, Western Henrico, including the city of Richmond, Western King William, Western King and Queen, Westmoreland, Wicomico, and New York. A storm surge warning and tropical storm warning are in effect for Bertie, Camden, Chowan, Eastern Currituck, Pasquotank, Perquimans, and Eastern Currituck. The storm at this point was about 370 miles south-southwest of Ocean City, Maryland, or about 250 miles south-southwest of Norfolk, Virginia, moving at 85 miles an hour at 22 miles an hour. Hurricane ISAIAS is moving off to the north-northeast during this evening and should make landfall over southeastern North Carolina tonight, which did happen. The storm will continue to move northward and will move between eastern Virginia and the Delmarva on Tuesday and across New England Wednesday. On the current forecast track, expect conditions to deteriorate across the local area later tonight into Tuesday morning. Tropical storm force winds are possible late tonight into Tuesday, especially along east of I-95. Wind gusts to 50 to 65 miles an hour are possible. These winds combined with the expected saturated soils could count down trees and power lines. In addition, heavy rainfall of 3 to 6 inches could increase areas of flash flooding, even well inland. Localized minor to moderate coastal flooding is also possible with 1 to 3 feet of inundation. Lastly, there's a risk of tornadoes late into the night into Tuesday, mainly along the coastal plain and eastern shore. Tropical storm force winds are expected to cross the entire area into Tuesday with gusts as high as 70 knots. The seas will build to over 10 to 14 feet over the coastal waters by Tuesday morning. Wind. Protect against dangerous wind having possible significant impacts across northeastern Virginia, Maryland eastern shore, and northeast North Carolina. Potential impacts in this area include some damage to roof and siding along with damage to porches, awnings, carports, and sheds. Some buildings experience window, door, and garage door failures, while mobile homes damaged, some destroyed, especially if poorly anchored or exposed to wind. Unsecured lightweight objects become dangerous projectiles. Large trees snapped or uprooted, especially in areas where soils are saturated. Some roadway signs will be blown over. Some roads will be impassable from large debris, including bridges, causeways, and access routes. Protect yourself against life-threatening storm surge by having possible significant impacts on the east side of Chesapeake Bay, Back Bay near Virginia Beach, and the north side of the Albemarle Sound. Potential impacts include severe storm surge flooding, resulting in a threat to life and property. Flooding will likely extend from the waterfront and shoreline, flooding homes, businesses, and isolating some neighborhoods. Large breaking waves will result in additional damage near the shoreline. Numerous roads will be flooded or washed out. Major beach erosion with heavy surf breaching some dunes. Damage to marinas, docks, boardwalks, and piers are expected. Small craft may be broken away from moorings, especially in unprotected marinas and docks. Elsewhere across eastern and central Virginia, in northeast North Carolina, and the lower Maryland eastern shore, little to no impact is anticipated. Protect
Hey,
against
Scar,
life-threatening. Yes,
when you're done, can I share something?
yes, but reading about the hurricane. Continue. Where was I at? As well as part of the Maryland eastern shore, potential impacts include evacuations and rescues likely due to flooding from heavy rainfall. Rivers and tributaries may rapidly overflow their banks in multiple places. Small streams, creeks, and ditches may become dangerous rivers. Flood control systems and barriers may become overwhelmed. Floodwaters enter structures within multiple communities, with some structures becoming uninhabitable or washed away. Some escape routes inundated by floodwaters, streets, parking lots, and underpasses could be submerged, with driving conditions quickly becoming dangerous. Numerous road bridge closures are expected, with some becoming weakened or washed out. Are y'all listening to what they're telling you? I don't
Yeah.
think people are ready for this because the National Weather Service doesn't tell you shit to bullshit you. Sometimes they do, but not very often. So we're going to continue. Protect against all dangerous rainfall and flooding by having possible limited significant impacts across far eastern Virginia and northeast North Carolina. Protect against a dangerous tornado event, having possible significant impacts across eastern Virginia, eastern Maryland, eastern shore, and northeast North Carolina. Some tornadoes are expected, some of which could be intense. As a result, execution of emergency plans could be hindered off from frame houses, mobile homes demolished, large trees snapped or unrooted, vehicles tumbled, and small boats tossed about. Now is the time to complete all preparedness actions to protect life and property in accordance with your emergency plan. Ensure you are in a safe location before the onset of strong winds or possible flooding. If you are relocating to safe shelter, leave as early as possible. Allow extra time to reach your destination. Many roads and bridges will be closed once strong winds arrive. Check the latest forecast before departing and drive with caution. If heading to a community shelter, become familiar with shelter rules before arrival, especially if you have special needs or pets. Take essential items with you from your emergency supplies kit. Failure to adequately shelter may result in serious injury or loss of life. Always heed the advice of local officials and comply with any orders that are issued. I don't know about all that. But remember, during the storm, 911 emergency services may not be able to immediately respond if conditions are unsafe. This should be a big factor in your decision making. Keep cell phones well charged. Cell phone chargers for automobiles can be helpful, but be aware of your risk for carbon monoxide if your car is left idling in a garage or other ventilated area. It is important to remain calm and informed and focused during an emergency. Be patient and helpful with those you encounter. If you're a visitor, be sure to know the name or city and town which you're staying and the name or county or parish in which it resides. Listen for these locations and local news updates. Storm surge is a leading killer associated with tropical storms and hurricanes. Make sure you're in a safe area away from the surge zone. Even if you're not in a surge-prone area, you can find yourself cut off by floodwaters during and after the storm. Rapidly rising floodwaters are deadly. If you live in a flood-prone area, consider moving to higher ground. Never drive through a flooded roadway, and remember, turn around, don't drown. If a tornado warning is issued for your area, be ready to shelter quickly, preferably away from windows and in an interior room not prone to flooding. If driving, scan the roadside. Find a place that is vulnerable to high winds, such as large trees, manufactured home, upper floors of a high-rise building, or on a boat. Consider moving to safer shelter before the onset of strong winds or flooding. Closely monitor weather.gov, NOAA radio, or local news outlets or official storm information. Be ready to adapt to possible changes with the forecast. Ensure you have multiple ways to receive weather warnings. And so that's what they said.
So I got a couple tornado warnings going on.
Okay.
One in Sussex County, Virginia. There is 2 areas in Virginia. The National Weather Service in Wakefield issued a tornado warning for Central Iowa, White County, and southeastern Virginia, the northeast city of Suffolk, and southeastern Virginia until 4 p.m. At 3:24 Eastern Standard Time, a tornado producing storm is located over Kingsport or just north of downtown Suffolk, moving north at 35 miles per hour. It's been confirmed the tornado impact flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged and destroyed. Damaging to roof, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. The tornadic storm will be near Suffolk and Crittenden around 3:35 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Iowa White around 3:40 a.m. Smithfield and Rescue around 3:45 a.m. Other locations impacted by this tornado thunderstorm includes Carrollton, Longview, Ben's Church, Wells Corner, Bethel Church, Chuckatuck. I can't pronounce this one. Lawson, Hobson, and Comet. North Carolina has 9 areas until 6 a.m. I'm not going to read all of these, but I'm going to try to. I'm going to try to read all of these. Tornado Watch 414 remains valid until 6 a.m. Eastern Standard. 6 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time early this morning for the following areas in North Carolina. This includes 9 counties in northeast North Carolina: Bertie, Camden, Sherman, Curtic, Gates, Hartford, Northampton. That's that one. Passaquantic, Perkins, and Virginia. This watch includes 10 counties in southeast Virginia: at Chesapeake, City of Hampton, City of Newport, City of Norfolk, City of Pocassin, City of Portsmouth, City of Baltic, City of Virginia Beach, Isle of Wight. York, this includes the cities of God, Jesus, Ahoskie, Bowersville, Bryantown, Cape Colony, Chesapeake Airport, Curtic, Deep Creek, Eagletown, Edenhouse, Edenton, Elizabeth City, Fentress, Gettysburg, Gaston, Gatesville, Great Bridge, Greenbrier, Gumforks, Hampton, Hancock, Hartford, Horseshoe, Lily, Macedonia, Mounttown, Mary Hill, Midway, Mount Pleasant, Newport News, Norfolk, Clawson, Portsmouth, Quincy, Rich Square, St. John, Sharon, Smithfield, Suffolk, Valhalla, Virginia Beach, Vulture, Windsor, and Yorktown. Where the fuck did Scarlett go? Taylor, are you still here?
Yeah, I am.
And go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying I'm still here.
God, Jesus. East North Carolina has some. New Hampshire and Maine until 7:45. North Carolina, 10 areas until 7:45. New Hampshire and Western Maine, 7:45. Maryland has 5 areas until 7:45. West Virginia, 3 areas until 7:30. Virginia, 17 areas until 7:30. South Carolina, 9 areas until 7:30. Southern New England, there's 8 areas. There's one there. Pennsylvania has 8 areas. I'll read this because Pam is here. That what she knows. Current watches and warning of tropical storm warnings in effect for Atlantic coastal Cape May, Camden, Cape May, Carolyn, Cecil, Atlantic, coastal ocean, Cumberland, Delaware beaches, Eastern Monmouth, Eastern Montgomery, Colchester, Hunter. I'm trying, Pam. Hunterdon, and then Sussex, Kent Mound, Iowa Bucks, Mercer, Middlesex, Morris, Newcastle, Northwestern Burlington Ocean, Philadelphia, Queen Anne, Salem, Somerset, Southeastern Burlington, Sussex, Talbot, Upper Bucks, Warren, Western Chester, Western Monmouth, and Western Montgomery. Yeah, Jesus. But pretty much everywhere right now is in there until literally August 4th until 12 p.m. Coastal Brunswick, North Carolina, Inland Brunswick, North Carolina, Inland New Hanover, North Carolina, Coastal Pender, North Carolina, Inland Pender, North Carolina, New York. God, Jesus. Bro, there's just a shit ton of warnings, and I'm trying to figure out where the fuck Scarlet went, because now she's pissing me off.
Yeah, she did kind of drop off there all of a sudden.
But here's the thing, Tilo. You even said this is going to be a bad one, but we didn't think it was going to be this bad.
Well, I knew it wouldn't be a traditional hurricane, and I knew it wouldn't be like a traditional bad hurricane. I knew it was going to be something different, and it has been. I figured there would be a lot more of the outcropping tornadoes and whatnot with this one. Just the way the track was headed, and also because of how close it was in proximity to the coast, but now it's actually feeding off of the actual land, so it's doing things differently, and that's probably why we're seeing a little bit more even with the tornadoes is because
Right.
they're generating more like traditional tornadoes, and so they're actually spinning up and having a little bit more power to them as opposed to the ones that just usually spin up and die off pretty quickly during a hurricane. Because those normally don't usually get stronger than maybe a one, maybe a two. They're usually a EF0 to EF1 because they usually just pop up, do a little bit of damage and then disappear. But these ones seem like they are more traditional tornadoes, and thus I believe we'll see stronger ones and ones that last a little bit longer on the ground.
God damn,
No,
girl,
they
you fucking
kicked
just
my ass out, man.
man, fuck you, you fucking piece of shit people kicking my co-host out.
Mm, right? Hey,
So no.
Grant.
So I want to say this, Scarlett, because you're gonna be surprised when I start fucking reading this off. I read the fucking names. I ain't doing that again. But you ready for this shit?
Those names, New England's going to be harder as we keep going up north.
Watch
Yeah,
this.
I've never
Sussex
been a
County,
That's
fan of
Virginia,
all that
Isle
because
of
I'm
Wight,
not used to
names.
saying like Gloucester. I'm not used to saying Worcester. I'm not used to saying. My kid loves those cities, though. He's gonna be so sad when he wakes up in the morning and finds out like his favorite cities are gonna have a hurricane. He's gonna
but
freak
watch
out.
this. Hold
He's
on.
gonna be like glass. He wants to like go live in like Boston and like he talks
But
about
watch
Portsmouth
this
and
shit,
Worcester
Scarlett.
and Gloucester
Really?
all the time. That's the only reason why I know how to
That's
even say those names
funny,
is because he watches it all the time.
Scarlett, watch this
right?
shit. Sussex County,
He loves
Virginia.
their local news out there. He does. He
Expires
likes
That's
till
that's
August
Boston
4th
local
of
news.
hilarious.
2020 at 3:45 p.m. Isle of Wight County, Virginia. Expires August 4th at 4 a.m. Gates County, North Carolina. Expires at 4:15. Suffolk County, Virginia. 4:15 a.m. North Carolina, 9
I
areas
like my
until 6
reading better, but that's
Virginia,
all I would like to say.
Virginia, 10 areas until 6 a.m. North
That's
Carolina,
because
4 areas. That's, well, they have 8 areas. Connecticut, 2 areas until
okay. Hold on,
7:30.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. The National Weather Service in Wakefield has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Gates County in northeastern North Carolina and the southeastern city of Suffolk in southeastern Virginia until 4:15 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 3:42 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Cora Peak or near Sunbury, moving north at 40 miles an hour. Hazard tornado that's radar indicated rotation. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Whaleyville around 3:50 a.m. Daylight Time. Downtown Suffolk around 4:05 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Loomis, Nerney, Kilby, Suffolk Airport, Saunders, Magnolia, and Savage. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows if you're outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle. Move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. That was the newest one. So go back to the other towns at the Isle of Wight County, but that one just came out and that one is a little bit more dangerous. And it's continuing. So it's like that county with the other county, you know.
Oh, I gotta go back and find them now.
Oh, I got it. This
No, I
tornadic
know.
thunderstorm will remain only mainly over rural areas of central Isle of Wight County, including the following locations: Carrollton, Comet, Longview, Bench Church, Moonlight, Wills Corner, Bethel Church, Margaret's Beach, Indica, and Lawson. And those are the only active tornado warnings we have at this time. So that's a little bit more calm than the 4 we had just about 30
That's
minutes
the
ago.
only active tornado warnings. You should see the fucking sheet I got.
Well, your sheet's old because I'm looking straight from the National Weather Service.
No, my sheet is not old.
Yeah, it is because I'm looking at the National Weather
Really?
Service.
Really? Because
Yes,
when they
their
expire
watches,
at
warnings,
August
and
4th
advisory
at
page for the
10:15
National Weather
a.m.,
Service, the only people who can issue it.
and I get them alerts on the app. Scarlett, there's ones that don't expire till 12 p.m. tomorrow.
Oh, I get that, but not for tornado warnings, Dwayne. Tornado warnings are only about 45-minute duration events. They're never issued for 12, 6 hours. Now, a flood warning, yes. Tropical storm surge warning, yes. Coastal flood warning, yes. Flash flood watch, yes. Flood advisory, yes. All those things can last till tomorrow or the next day.
Really, when
Let's
I'm
go look at the
looking at
radar, though. Oh, look, the eye is kind of like dissipating, though. Have you guys looked at radar in a minute?
No, I don't have any of those capabilities at the
no,
moment.
I haven't.
Go look at the Wakefield, Virginia radar because as it's coming through Virginia, the eye is right about Goldsboro, between Goldsboro and Rocky Mount right now, but there's no defined eye as there once was. The eye wall is weakening.
I can't
But
get
that
into the
doesn't
radar to
mean
check.
about intensity. What? How can
It
I do
won't
all
show.
this on my cheap ass phone, but you can't do nothing? This is terrible. Let me send this to you.
Terribles.
Right? Ain't it terrible? I would just think that technology would be a little better by now.
Well,
Well,
to be fair, my phone is like 6 years old.
Mine ain't that old. Mine's like 2 years old, but it's like the cheapest model you can get. You know what I mean? Like, so it's not nothing fancy.
Right.
My
all right,
shit's about
now
to
I can
die
look
out
at
here
it.
pretty soon. I'm about to have nothing if I don't fucking go get a phone, actually.
I've been telling you for 2 years to go get a new fucking phone.
I only got a new phone 2 years ago. So 2 years ago, I got a new phone. Damn
I've
it.
been telling you over Zella to get a new fucking phone and get like a newer
Yeah, but you
generation
got that
phone.
new phone and it's bullshit. You gonna buy me a phone, Dwayne? I can't just make shit happen with no money.
I can add you to my fucking plan. You fucking never mind.
Ooh, you could add me to your plan. I didn't even think about that.
Uh-oh.
I'd pay my bill though, Dwayne.
You ready for unlimited data, hotspot, and everything else added on top of it?
Yeah, give me one
That's
of
what
them
I
cool
have.
phones. Right? I want a cool phone. If we do that, I want a cool ass phone. I'll pay the little extra $25 a month or whatever the fuck it is forever,
I
and
don't
get
think
me a
fucking
cool
Scarlett
phone.
can handle AT&T though, because my bill's $200 a month.
$200.
Because AT&T don't have contracts no more, dude. You pay on the phone. AT&T got rid of contracts, dude, because people were fucking them over. The phone would be
I
theirs. They
could
never pay
see
on
that. I could see that.
it. So I pay on the phone and the plan for 33 months, and after 33 months, the bitch is mine. Once
Okay,
it's paid
33
off, I will
months,
send
three
this to
years.
you
That's a
gladly.
bitch, but that's like a car payment. Damn,
Right.
You know
3
what? But
years.
let me tell you this. Hold on, listen to this. I dropped my phone. My phone got severely fucking wet, right?
Right.
Water got in the speaker and everything. No one could fucking barely fucking hear me. Fucking restart the bitch. Water comes fucking draining out the goddamn phone, and my phone's working fucking normal. That's what I love about these new fucking phones. Water resistant, bitch.
I mean, you're right. There's a tropical storm warning until further notice. I've never seen that before, but it says until further
Yeah.
notice.
Until further notice. I've not heard that before.
Yeah, that's not good. See, I wonder if they're playing with some fucking harp shit right now.
Okay, so I kind of want to get off the hurricane thing because it's died down to a tropical storm again.
It has not died down to a tropical storm again, has it?
It has. I got tropical storm
I
on
have a
my thing.
hurricane local statement at the same time too, though.
Dude, I got tropical storm. Yeah,
Let's
it's a
go
tropical
look.
storm. Hold on. I'll show you. Hold on. Be sitting at a tropic. Oh, no, I got to remember to again.
It still says hurricane ISAIAS, but oh nope, tropical storm ISAIAS. There we go. Public advisory. Let me go see.
It went
What's the
down from.
update?
Well, bro, it's still at 70
Yep,
miles per
3
hour wind
a.m.
speed.
Eastern Daylight Time. So about an hour ago, ISAIAS weakens to a tropical storm over eastern North Carolina. Strong winds, heavy rainfall, and the threat of tornadoes beginning to spread into southeastern Virginia. A weather station at Pamlico Sound recently reported a sustained wind of 47 miles an hour and a gust of 55. Hurricane warnings for the coast of southern North Carolina will remain in effect until tropical storm conditions diminish in a couple of hours. So there's hurricane warnings are still in effect.
Now, wait a minute, Grant. No, and yes, I don't have a shirt on, but I'm on my fucking camera anyways because y'all can't see my fucking lower half of my body. And I've got
Lord
sunburn on my
Grant.
fucking neck.
Use some apple cider vinegar. How many times I gotta tell you?
Bro,
How
I've
many
done
times
that
does it
shit
go out
and
and
it
get
don't fucking
burnt?
work.
It does work. You
I
don't
did
have
last
real
time,
apple
bro.
cider vinegar. No, you don't have real shit. You got some fake ass shit.
Bro,
You need real
I'm
ass.
sitting here fucking rubbing the back of my neck and I'm peeling. Dude, I'm
You
a
need
traditional
real
white
ass
fucker.
apple cider vinegar. Organic apple cider vinegar. You pour this shit on your fucking sunburn. Good to go. Thank you.
No, but Grant, the only reason I'm willing to send Scarlett a phone because I've known her long enough to know and she'll pay the fucking bill.
Well, that's true.
I've known Scarlett for 4 years, everybody. I'm going to get this right here is how I met Scarlett.
Hurricanes. Right? Fake vinegar. Yeah, damn right, McToe. That's real. Let
And
me
like,
get a phone, Dwayne. Grant said, let me get a phone.
Grant, I'm sorry, but fuck no. I don't trust you enough to pay a bill. It's on my name.
Dwayne,
That's my name, and I'm not letting you fuck up my credit score. Fuck
well,
that.
that's true. Yeah, you know I would pay and I pay on time and
You know what? And I want to tell you all something funny. I want to give you a little story. I was leaving from Harvey. We were all leaving. We packed up and we're heading out. Next thing you know, I've got this old fucking man zelloing me and going like, "Hey, you want to join this organization?" And I radio Scarlett and I'm going like, "Who the fuck is this person? Like, who the fuck is Watchdog?" I'm gonna fucking say his name because I got you for the story. And I go to fucking Scarlett. I'm like, "Who the fuck is this dude?" I'm like, "I don't know. I've never fucking heard the name in my life." 2 weeks later, well, I got back up. We leave. We get in the car, and I'm zelloing Scarlett, going like, "Who the fuck is this man?" And Scarlett keeps fucking yelling at me. I'm like, "I don't know. Let me fucking do some research." About a week later, she comes back and goes like, "Dwayne, it's someone with another group because the group we were working with in Harvey, after Harvey happened, it just disbanded. We lost the people we were working with. Fucking sucked. Because me and Scarlett are working with some cool ass people in Harvey. Besides the fucking feds that almost fucking shot my ass. Thank you again, Scarlett, for saving my fucking ass when I needed you the most." I can barely hear you.
I heard her.
I know, right?
She's so far away.
Well, that's because she's probably doing shit.
Yeah, Scarlett fucking saved my ass. We were getting ready to put bodies in a cooler. It was our last day there. We were getting ready to put bodies in the cooler. And next thing you know, we have mercenaries on top of us. And I fucking radio Scarlett going like, "I'm about to die." She goes like, "Why?" And I fucking hold my Zello button where she can hear me. And she just hears all this fucking ruckus. She's going like, "Are you okay?" No. I've got about 20 people to 5 of us holding guns at me. I'm like, "I'm not okay." Scarlett begged for my life.
I don't know about pigs.
It seemed like it because she was going like, "Don't kill them. They're with us." It was a gamble for our life. There was 5 of us. Me, AJ, my buddy Cody, one of the guys AJ works with, and who was it? It was someone that lately later joined USCF. I was in Texas, bub.
And like, whose bodies were you loading? You got mercenaries creeping on you? I mean,
Bro,
what?
we had mercenaries fucking creeping on us the whole time.
What were they like? Body snatcher creepers? I mean, I'm
No,
trying
these
to
are
get
like
the.
Oh
feds.
no, they were like
They're like
feds, dude.
feds. No, they're feds. Straight up feds.
Dude, and
But
they
weren't
Like
you
they
like?
come out of nowhere and like I
Weren't you
had
acting as an apparatus of emergency services, though?
I was working
technically yes, but we're
because
civilian volunteers. So some places don't accept us as help and
but
some
me,
do.
I was working under AJ's Homeland Security certification.
Well, yeah, but we're still offshoots of government and we don't necessarily have official IDs and we don't necessarily have quote unquote official clearance either. So some some groups took it upon themselves to come after us. For instance, certain sheriffs. Like I had to not I didn't really beg for Dwayne's life. I literally had to call their bluff, I guess, in a way
Yeah.
and puff my chest out and be a little bit bigger than them, okay?
Yes.
And try to scare them into thinking that something was going to happen if
It
they did
worked.
this.
It
It did
Right.
worked,
work. It did work. It worked good. And
bro.
I'm not gonna lie about that, but it was like at the same time, it's like I can't let Dwayne get killed otherwise. Like, oh my god, I'll freak out. Like shit. Like I'm responsible. Like there's this young ass kid out there, and I'm like, shit, this is a kid. Fuck, we gotta save him. Like,
Bro, and here's the thing: we're all armed. AJ brought his guns and stuff. We were all armed. I remember having AJ's 9mm on me, and they see that, and I've got like 25 guns to my face, going like,
well, and you're in Texas, so I mean, you know, that also made a difference. But
yeah,
yeah, these were
I'm in
like
the biggest open
mercenaries and
carry
like
state.
feds. Like the CIA had a lot of people down there. Um, the FEMA had a lot of people down there. You know,
That's how I
yeah, they
feel
had
about
guys
that,
in boats shooting at our guys in boats, telling them if you keep saving people, we're gonna take you to jail.
bro. One of our team members did get shot.
Like it was real. No, this was Harvey. This was
Yeah,
Hurricane
this is
Harvey.
Harvey. No, one of our
I
guys
don't
got
even know if it
shot.
was a hurricane, but at one point it was a hurricane while it was out in the ocean, and then when it hit, I don't think it was a hurricane, but
No, what
it was
happened
a
was because I was in that boat because I was talking to Scarlett over Zello, and next thing you know, we hear pop, 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 and I turn over, and my dude shot right here, closer to the neck, snapped his collarbone in four different spots, and I told Scarlett, going like, "I'm getting shot at." She went like, "Shut up."
I'm like,
You're
oh
like,
shit.
"What?"
Because we had been hearing rumors that this was happening down there to other groups and people, right? So we had heard through the grapevine that there was a little bit of pushback because you got to remember at this time you had the people in Houston in that county being told, you know, to shelter in place, listen to the officials, don't leave your home. But yet neighborhoods were getting inundated and flooded and just fucked up. Okay, so we couldn't just sit by and let all these people go down, you know, and
Fuck no, we
nobody was coming to help them. I mean, the city of Houston and their surrounding suburbs have blocked off these fucking roads and blocked them into their own neighborhoods to where they
Yeah, that
could
sounds
not
about
get out.
right.
Yes. And we're like, you got to stay in here. And I mean, the amount of people that poured out of neighborhoods in Harvey because they were getting flooded in. And once they got to the main road, people realized, because see, down there, the nice thing about what they do down there is they name their neighborhoods. You know, kind of how like we got Phillips and, you know, neighborhood and all those
Yeah.
neighborhoods. So you know where shit's at by the name of the neighborhood.
Right.
Now us being down there, we didn't know where shit's at. We just had
No,
coordinates
we
of where
didn't
to
know
drop
what
off
these
bodies.
neighborhoods were, and that was shit we had to figure out later on that they literally named the neighborhoods so then people knew where shit was because of that. But it wasn't until people got out onto the main roads that people realized that there were, you know, in some cases in certain neighborhoods, hundreds of people
Bodies. And bodies.
And stuck and bodies everywhere. I mean, bodies floating everywhere. I mean, bodies dead in houses everywhere. And I bet you there was so many more deaths that they just bulldozed the houses and they just didn't even give a shit. Because
Bro, I'll
I
say
knew
this, dude.
no,
Grabbing
because see,
bodies.
I knew like during Irma how many more people had died in Puerto Rico than they ever wanted to admit. And if you go back to my old broadcasts, when I used to be on Freedomizer Radio, you will hear that I told people for a fact that I knew so many more people were dead in Puerto Rico than they ever wanted to admit.
I was on your show
And
that
people tried to fight with me. You weren't on when I was on Freedomizer.
No, I was listening to it.
People were, you probably were. People were trying to fight with me on this and were like, no, Scarlett, they did not die. These people did not die. The official count says this, XYZ. No, the official counts are skewed, just like these COVID numbers are fucked. It's
Now
the
watch
same game. Okay.
Now watch this. Texas said that no infants or children died in Harvey. Now tell me why I had Scarlett's text now number.
Statistically a damn lie.
Now watch this. I had Scarlett's text now number because that was the number that we all had. We all had I gave my personal number.
We all don't use our own phone numbers during hurricane season. Let's put it like that. Just because it's dangerous. Yeah, besides you. Because it could be dangerous. You don't know who you're messing with. LARPers. The government.
I called fucking Scarlett and I told her I'm currently bagging a 5-month-old. She went like, Dwayne, shut the fuck up. I'm like, I'm currently tagging a 5-month-old baby. Not only did I bag and tag a 5-month-old baby, I bagged and tagged Selena's family. The Mexican who was shot and killed by her own publiciter, by her own
manager, the publicist.
Yeah, the manager.
I bagged her family, bro. Hers. In their car. And you know what we had to do? Leave them in their car. If they were in a vehicle, we can only put them in a body bag and put them back in their car until the health department came to get them. And I will tell you this, when we were leaving, the city was smelling like burning bodies. They burnt them motherfuckers.
I bet you they did. I bet you they did. You know what? They already use, incineration, things like that in hospitals to power the hospitals, and they throw all the abortions in there, they throw in all the stillbirths in there. So I wouldn't be surprised that into something like that, first you got to get rid of evidence, right? So you burn the bodies because you want to get rid of evidence, and then you can't prove how many people died. Then the fun thing that they always do during hurricanes ever since Katrina is they just tell everybody, oh, well, they ran away or they moved away. They might not have wanted to talk to you anymore. We don't know what happened.
Now watch this too. Is not a lot of people knew where we were placing bodies.
No, right? Because they kept that. They didn't tell that shit on the news. They never said that the morgues were overrun. They never said that they needed to process bodies. They never said any of this shit. So I guarantee people are dying right now. People are dying right now. And guess what? Because of the COVID shit, I bet you they're going to be added as COVIDs.
Watch.
You know how hard it is? You guys don't realize how hard the fuck it is to actually get counted as a hurricane death in a hurricane.
Bro,
you motherfucking basically have to have the eye over you, and like a lightning bolt from God hits you, and they'll still be like, lightning killed you, not the hurricane.
Tag that I had in Harvey, I was marking as a suicide, I was marking as a heart attack, or I was marking as a drug overdose. Now, here's the thing where we were placing bodies.
See, in hurricanes, they want you to put everything else but hurricane. COVID shit, everybody's COVID. So this is going to be the same shit.
Hold on, Scar. There was 3 places we were dumping bodies. And I'm going to say that because it's basically what we were doing.
Right?
We were there getting bodies and getting them out. Here's the thing, though. Getting bodies, when you have venomous snakes in the fucking water, a couple of my team almost got bit by a couple poisonous snakes trying to pull them bitches out.
Oh, yeah. They got water moccasins down there and all types of deadly, dangerous snakes and alligators and all types of other shit.
We were putting them in restaurants, ice cream parlors, in the bottom of the fucking police station, which only 2 of my team members had a passcode. Me and AJ. And one other person. but I'm not allowed to say who he is for confidential reasons. The day the mercenaries got a hold of us, we were just getting back in our boats from the ice cream parlor and asked us what we were doing. As they were watching us for an hour and a half, because I radioed Scarlett and I told her, I got somebody watching my ass.
And I'm like, that's the Feds. I was like,
Okay.
that's the Feds, Dwayne. I was like, you know it's the Feds. I was like, because who else the fuck is out there worried about anything during a goddamn hurricane? Ain't nobody else worried about you but the Feds. So that's the only motherfucker it's going to be. You ain't going to have people like spectating in another boat watching you and shit during a hurricane. And while everything's fucking flooding and everything's chaotic and you know what I mean? That just people's minds aren't going to go there unless you're the government. You see what I mean? Because everybody else is in a state of panic. They were.
So what
they did. That was
is,
Port Arthur. That was Port Arthur, MGTOW, and we covered Port Arthur heavy as shit. That was Port Arthur, Texas, and they killed all them folks. They killed all them folks in that nursing home. They let other nursing homes fill up with water. The only reason why one of the other nursing home in Port Arthur didn't get flooded out is because a newsman got called, because we got calls all night from these people's families in that damn nursing home saying that their family was in the nursing home and they needed to get out, and nobody was coming, and the water was coming up in their beds.
My fucking team was the one that fucking got to the one nursing home. But listen to this. So what happened with the ice cream parlor is I walk out the fucking door, and thank God,
but then
go ahead. Came out the door and climbed up on the roof from the fucking.
Because I'll finish the story about that to MGTOW about what actually went down in Port Arthur. Because that was really messed up. That was like a crossroads period.
What happened in Port Arthur is the water started coming in bad. We were already there. Scarlett's getting these phone calls. She zells me. She pings me an address and says, if y'all can make it out there, make it there. We got elderly people getting ready to die.
Yep. I was like, you got to go do this one. I was like, if anything, you know, because we had already dealt with the electrocution, which that happened actually in Port Arthur. And that I told you the story about earlier with the woman who was screaming. That was in Port Arthur. And then after that, the water started rising and the water kept rising. Now, mind you, Port Arthur is a poor community. It's a ghetto kind of neighborhood and area. You know, everybody's real poor. Don't nobody have shit. Yeah, not right. And that's where we first found out that the government was shooting at rescuers.
Now watch this.
That was the first time we realized that. And this was coming from, basically it was like a firefight in the goddamn streets of Port Arthur between our guys and other good old boys rescuing folks and the Feds.
Watch this.
And the Feds are shooting at boats. You know, you can't even go down the road, but yet the Feds are shooting at boats talking about, well, we don't know who it could be. How about you identify who they are? If they aren't fucking shooting at you, there shouldn't be any need for all this extra rigmarole.
Now watch this. I get down into the building and we were all trained in rescue swimming when we got there. On basics, nothing fucking fancy like these rescue divers do. We were taught to get in, get out, and just keep going. I got down there. I went to go in the door, and a fucking bullet comes like this past me. For an hour and a half, you can ask Scarlett because my fucking button was on toggle. For an hour and a half, the only thing she heard was bullets flying. Me unloading my gun, AJ unloading his, and 20 other people from our guys unloading.
And we're trying to get these guys the hell out of there. We're following them on pings. We're trying to get them the hell out of these streets because we're like, oh shit, like we're about to get killed by the Feds, and then who looks after everybody else? But then when the water started going up, then they started, all of a sudden they made an emergency announcement. And they were like,
I remember that.
And they were like, we're going to release the dam, right? They were going to release the dam.
Oh, we had an hour to get that nursing home out, dude.
You had an hour to get the fuck out of Dodge, and they weren't telling nobody in the public, okay? This was only something that if you were a rescuer or journalist that you could find out. So when we found this out, we tried to spread the information as fast as possible. Like, look, they're about to fucking blow the dam. They're about to wash all you guys out to kingdom fucking come. Like, this is bullshit. And so I think with how many people,
we were in the fucking boat.
Well, you didn't get washed out to Kingdom Come because I think we managed to get a hold of so many people in such a short amount of time that the feds knew that they knew, and they knew we knew, and they knew that they could only control release it and not let it blow all the way out because they knew we knew, and we knew that they knew we would have been
Bro,
witness
that
to them
day
killing all of those people,
when
in Port Arthur, Texas. And see,
when
and
we
this is
looked
when
was
people first started talking about,
right.
especially too during hurricanes, black people being marginalized, because Port Arthur is a predominantly black town. And so this is when we started to realize too that these poor communities and communities of color were being ignored during the hurricane, and fancy communities like Sugarland and Katy and all these other places were being treated a lot better than the rural poor, kind of known
Bro,
as the ghetto areas of
listen to how the
Texas.
city looked when I got down there. If I had to imagine one city of what this looked like, and if I had to compare it to another city in another state, I told Scarlett this looked like the suburbs of Chicago.
Yep.
There was people out there on top of their houses with guns, AK-47s, AR-15s, 9 mils, Uzi 6.
And meanwhile, you've got gang activity. You've still got the regular bullshit that goes on in these communities. Plus that, then they started shipping people out on goddamn government planes and wouldn't tell anybody where they were going. And they were putting old people, they were putting everybody on these planes and shipping them out, supposedly taking them to somewhere else. We don't know where the fuck they went. You know who also we don't know wherever the fuck they went? The people they put on the motherfucking FEMA ships down there. We don't know where they ever the fuck they went. They never came back to
My best
land, and
friend,
they never got the fuck off them FEMA ships. And nobody wants to talk about that. But you know what?
my
I want to
best
talk. If
friend,
you were a person, if somebody's watching right now and you were a person on one of those FEMA ships, I want you to reach out to me. But I have a good feeling that none of those people live.
my best friend got in that shit. Now let me tell you this. I want to finish the story about that whole fucking firefight situation.
The firefights were shit. And it was
Dude,
on every
wow.
block, and every rescuer was dealing with it. And it was
I got into
fucked up.
Ford. Ask her, I got into Ford within one
Port
fucking
Arthur
day.
fucking police threw away our guy who was making barbecue for people in plates, and he had enough to feed 1,000 people plates. The fucking Port Arthur police came to him and said, "You are not an authorized Red Cross distributor of food," and threw his motherfucking food away. Threw the food away. Put a gun to his head and said, "You're throwing all these plates away."
Bro. And and the thing is like we were down in Port Arthur
Ooh,
for
do you got a good story, MGTOW?
we
Damn.
were
Tell us
in
the
Port
story.
we were in Port Arthur for 2 days. 2 whole fucking days. And it was
Because
fucking
that whole Port
horrible.
Arthur, Orange, Vider area was just fucked.
Bro,
Just
let me
fucked.
tell you this. I had feds. I had to watch my back. I had to watch what I do. I
And
couldn't reach for my weapon.
Beaumont, which was a big deal in Imelda, but also
Oh,
in Harvey, Beaumont.
yeah. So we go back in the second day because we left the first day after we got the people out the nursing home. I get another call, not from Scarlett, but another one of the team members like, hey, I have another nursing home you need to go to. We need the
Yep.
medical supplies
Because
out
there
of
was about
it.
4 or 5 nursing homes in Port Arthur. The one they let succumb, and nobody knows what happened. They claim they got the people out, but we had people's parents and the loved ones who were, I don't know what to say they really were, but loved ones
Traumatized.
of the patients. Well, no, loved ones of the patients at the nursing home. And they were saying that their loved ones were not found and they had not heard from them. And this was even a couple days after they claimed they moved them. So we don't ever know what happened to all those old people. We don't know what happened to the people in the hospitals they supposedly moved. They claim they moved them to other places. We have no proof of that. Um,
Can I finish for a
the
minute, Scar?
people just, but hold on, people just don't realize how much the federal government lies, how much they try to cover their ass, how much they actually encourage people to die during events like this. Um,
Bro,
they don't really
you're right.
want you surviving.
Like,
This is something I've found out. They don't want you to survive.
Right, and like I get that call going like we need the medical shit out of it. I disobeyed orders right off the fucking rip. I looked at my guy and said, "We're not going. We're not doing it. We're not going." I called Scarlett. I'm like, Scarlett, I got a call saying I need to pull medical supplies out of a nursing home. Scarlett went
Right.
like, Dwayne, don't you fucking care.
Right.
It's
I was
a
like, this
death
is
trap.
bullshit. I was like, don't you be no. I was like, that's a trap.
Yeah, and it's a major crime too. Fucking taking medical supplies from a nursing home.
Because we're civilians, and so we can't function in that capacity, really. I mean, we're functioning under like martial law and the fact that we're allowed as we the people to create our own groups. But we got to be careful not to catch Fed charges because people have went down for this shit too. Like,
Well, and
it's
like,
not all just playing Captain Save-A-Ho, Robin Hood type shit. You know what I mean? Like, because literally that's what we are. We're playing Captain Save-A-Ho. We're out there doing the shit, but we're doing it just as good, if not better, than FEMA and the authorities who are trained in
and
swiftwater
ask
rescue, who are trained in emergency management.
and ask Scarlett. I got tased while in the fucking water. The one Fed fucking the day that she was fucking decided to puff her fucking chest up and go like, "Hey,
Hey,
I'm done with
dude, it
fucking
was
bullshit."
serious. I was tired of that shit after like two days of dealing with them 48 hours straight of that shit, and I was done with these assholes.
Bro, that
I was
shootout lasted a good 48 fucking hours, dude. We probably went through rounds of fucking ammo. Fucking
Well, because it would
round.
just pick back up somewhere else. Like, see, here's the fucked up part. They'd get in these firefights for maybe like an hour and then it would stop. And then no feds would be around. They'd almost just disappear. And then you'd go about your business, keep saving people, going on calls. Then all of a sudden they'd show up somewhere else random that you fucking were and start with you again. So it was always like a constant cat and mouse game with
And
being
like it
away the
wasn't
fuck
us
from
shooting at
them.
them.
Meanwhile, trying to save motherfuckers. And then when you would get people, they would freak out because they're like, why are they shooting at us? And they would think that we were like the enemy or something at the point, too. So I think that that's why they did it, too, to make it seem like we were potential hostiles.
And here's the thing, we weren't the ones. None of
Oh,
us had
you
our
saw a
guns out.
picture? What the shit? Hold on. We got to go back to that because this is what I also
No
heard
doubt.
too is that they bring them out into international waters and then that's it. They're just done. That's it. They just dump them and then they just go in the water and then you ain't got no life jacket so you drown. I mean, you could tread water for a few hours, but if you're in the middle of the ocean, you ain't making it back nowhere swimming.
Right. And like, and Scarlett, here's the thing. You can testify this. None of our guys even grabbed a gun.
Nope.
We had them on us for protection because we don't know what we're walking into going to get somebody out of a house.
More towards people or other people who wanted to rob you. But honestly, like we thought that it was more gonna be our rescuers potentially getting robbed for their items.
We
No,
did.
people were
We did.
actually super. Some people did, but it wasn't as common as the feds fucking with you. We thought we would have to protect ourselves more from the people and potential dangers. Because I mean, you going into the ghetto, you don't know what you're gonna get. And some people weren't grateful. Some people were shitty about it. Other people basically acted like we were God, you know? So it just depended on who you were with. But the one thing that I think was important was that the most shit that we got was from the feds. Well, yeah, because basically, I get what you're saying, Migto, because like each of the rooms are basically containers built on themselves that have a collapsible release. So when they hit that shit, they're in these rooms and just drop in. I mean, you're not going to be able to swim if you're in a container, yeah, especially if you're locked in. Or if they could put you in some type of holding tank and drop your ass down. It wouldn't matter either way because these people wouldn't have had a chance in hell. Who the hell are you going to call in international waters that can come save you? They'd probably say it was a conspiracy. Even if you did, let's say you were on that ship, like 9/11 when people called people. You can't make a phone call, off a plane, but yet somehow they did. But anyway, let's not go back to that. But think about that. If you were
Right.
going to call your loved ones and be like, oh, they're about to drop us in the ocean, would people even believe you? Would you even be able to get the call out? Or would people say, oh, that's a conspiracy because then 5 other people are going to say, well, I didn't hear that and I heard this and blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, and it's hard for people to conceptualize that the United States government wants to kill you. That's hard for
Yeah.
people. You want to believe that the government is the nanny state, is the father and mother takes care of you, wants its people to thrive. But that is not the case. And then you've got specific, corrupted people who like to do this shit when it goes down. But the actual disregard for human life that occurs during these events is sick. They literally sit in EOCs and play God. That's what they do. That's what emergency managers do when it comes down to it. Instead of teaching the whole community how to be self-sufficient in an event like this and literally teach citywide drills for shit and try to get everybody involved, they could do that. They could teach us that shit, but they choose not to, and they want to leave us out on our own. So when shit like this happens, we're running around with chickens with our head cut off, and half the people don't know what the fuck to do, and so they get themselves put in precarious situations that puts their lives in danger. It's just like how they didn't teach us about how to use PPEs. They could have sat and made a video teaching us how to use PPEs. They don't want to do that shit.
Nah, and you know what?
It doesn't even have to be a long video. It could even have been just like a 2-minute goddamn TikTok from the government. Shit.
Right, and here's the thing I think before, since everything's dying down and I'm over here actually crashing in my chair. I'm not ending it yet. Like the thing is like me and Scarlett have been through hell, and we're trying to show you guys what we go through every fucking year.
Yep.
Dealing with
That's
this.
true.
And Pam, when you mean I just got scooped, I messaged you. Can you tell me who? I don't know. But I don't fucking know what she meant. She messaged me, and I'm fucking lost. I messaged Scarlett to see if the fuck she know what she meant. I'm fucking lost.
Well, we'll get back caught up. But yeah, our government are Satanists. They really are. Yep. And it is the Bohemian Owl, and it is a pentagram in the streets of DC. And it's interesting how the track was for DC and now is off of DC. I swear to God, they got some like harp goddamn laser beam or something, because how the hell do you get it to come off of you when you're in the track? Like, there's no other way to go but right there, and then all of a sudden it's not going to hit them. So it's ridiculous. I mean, this has been, Dwayne and I have dealt with a lot of shit, and we've seen a lot of government corruption up close and firsthand. And this is why we come and tell you these things, and why we keep telling these stories, because number one, these people's memories need to be kept alive who died in vain. The government, in my opinion, has committed basically crimes against humanity. Because the one beautiful thing about Harvey and Imelda and Irma, you want to know what didn't matter during that? Who the fuck you voted for. You want to know what else didn't matter? What the fuck color you were. You also want to know what didn't matter? If you were a fucking citizen or not.
Now watch this.
It did not fucking matter.
Hold on, because I'll object to that. We try to put fucking people into fucking Irma, and they got fucking arrested. I don't want to fucking hear that. I don't want to fucking hear that bullshit.
It didn't matter who we were rescuing is the point. You're not getting what I'm saying.
I know,
the people
we
rescued, it didn't matter. Yeah, no, Irma we tried, and Florida wouldn't let us in. That's fine. Florida wants to be Florida by itself. That's how they got Florida Man. Okay, that's how they got that, because they just want to be their own little island. Okay.
Okay, let me say one thing about Floridians. Here's the thing: we try to help. We're nice. Me and Scarlett only.
It's the Florida government, though. And some of the people are assholes, but it was really the Florida government who kept us out.
But here's the thing: we have, and actually, in the past 4 years, our patience with Florida has been very thin.
Because number one, they don't want help, and they're like, we don't care if it's a Cat 5, it's not going to be that bad. It'll break up before it gets here, yada yada bullshit. Then it comes and tears up their shit, and then they get mad, and then they're like, why didn't nobody tell us? Everybody told you.
Motherfucker, we tried to tell you for 3 days.
That's my biggest issue with Floridians, is that they what about the Statue of Liberty? How France built it, and we have like a little copy over there, and Did you guys know that there's a little tiny Statue of Liberty in France?
Yes.
They have
Yeah.
their own version.
And you know what? And here's my thing with Florida. Every fucking year. And you know what? It's the same. And I realize this, Scarlett, because I've came to remember usernames on Zello. It's the same
Mhm.
fucking people every year that come for help.
Mhm. Yeah,
And,
it is. It seems to be the same. Some people are the same people who end up in the same position.
bro, and I
Um,
tell them this every year. You were here last year. You didn't want fucking help. Get the fuck out the channel because I'm not dealing with your impatient ass. AJ has even went off on. Oh, Scarlett, you were laughing your ass off. And one day, fucking AJ went off. One day, AJ finally fucking snapped during fucking Irma. I heard you fucking come on the radio and kind of laughed a little bit. You were
well,
dying.
he's not one who usually like falls apart or gets pissed. So I was like, oh shit, like this is like good. You know what I mean? Like, so
Bro,
I was
he's
there with
going
the
on.
popcorn.
Bro, he went on there going like, y'all ignorant fucking assholes ain't listening. I don't know how many times I gotta fucking tell you this in 5 fucking minutes because he said something every minute on the fucking dot and kept saying, leave, get out, go to a different state.
Floridians don't care about that though, and
No, they
neither
don't.
do like people. They don't, and that's the only thing about. That's why at a certain point, when it comes down to it, when I can affect people's choices, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. So
Yeah.
that's why we just with Florida, like if people want help, we tell them, hey, this is a serious situation. If you don't get out at a certain point, we can no longer help. And then we just kind of leave it at that because Floridians are hard. And if you're from Florida, I apologize, but you need to talk to your people
Fucking
because
Seriously.
moron, go get some fucking
oh,
psychotic help.
Grant was from Florida, I'm assuming.
I'm
He was a
assuming as
Florida
well
man.
And
with
here's the
the
thing,
Jacksonville hat.
and here's the thing I'm gonna say to Floridians that don't leave, y'all need professional fucking help because y'all fucking stupid. I'm going
Like
to get a lawyer.
and I get it, and I get why they don't because they have pride in where they live, right?
Right.
And I guess
Everyone
if
does.
I believed in something so much that I felt it was worth, like it didn't matter if I lived or died. That's why I understand why the people and the residents of Ocracoke Island in North Carolina um, stay because they've had generations of their families there, and their family members probably didn't go anywhere because you didn't have radar and you didn't have all these things, right?
Right.
So
They
I
just
can
hunkered
understand.
down.
Right. They just hunkered down and you got through it or you didn't. Okay. So to some degree, I guess I understand that. But like when it's as easy as like Grant here being able to evacuate when needed, that's all it takes. You could literally
Hey,
get in
but
your
how
car
many
and
times?
leave.
Yeah.
But
That
but
is
how
the
many
point.
times have we said that though too? Like, okay, I'll give you an example,
True.
Scarlett. Like when you were going over, when you came on for the 3 p.m. update, the 3 a.m. update the one morning, because I remember you were doing the updates for us at that
And
point when
Georgia
our
can
phones
get
were,
it too. Are you by coastal Georgia? Are you
you
in the
know, so like Scarlett would come on every day, every 6 hours and give us an update. The
right?
last update was like, I think 10, 11, I think 8 or 9 o'clock. She'll put 3 o'clock up next. So I think she did like an hour early because it was already out and she got a hold of it.
Yep. Sometimes you do get them early.
And she started giving, the update and giving tips. Well, we didn't have Zello Select on, so our moderators can get interrupted. Scarlett came across the fucking air and she went like, if you interrupt me one more fucking time, I'm blocking your ass. And he went like, and I remember him saying this, going like, what the fuck you gonna do about it, you black bitch? And Scarlett going like, how the fuck you know I'm black?
That was real. Sometimes these people get extra and you got to shut them down. Okay, I'm just here to help you. If you don't want help, that's cool. But
Bro,
what are
the
you here
trolls.
for?
Let's tell the fucking
Trolls are
troll
real.
story, bro. Let's tell some
Trolls
of
are
them fucking
real.
stories.
Dude,
Bro,
trolls are real in this industry too. That's the only shit part about it too, is you gotta deal with trolls and LARPers and people
we
who
had a
just wanna call
couple.
to fuck around with your mind, like
We had a
That's
It's
couple
rough.
fucked up.
fucking put their Zello on
Isn't
why
it
they
fucked
were
up,
fuck.
Tilo? But people do, like, they just think it's fun to, like, sit in hurricane
Bro,
groups and be like, I
a
need
couple
help.
a couple
Yeah,
came in
it's
and
not
you
the
could
time.
literally hear them having sex.
Yes. Like, dude, some people are extra. Like, I just don't understand why that's, like, your idea of fun. Like, there's literal crisis going on. There's
Yeah,
literal
right.
lives on the line. And you're out
Get some
here
fucking
making a joke of
perspective.
it.
There's people dying.
That's the whole
I
thing.
mean,
I've
I
had to snap
remember,
on so many people over that. Like, do you realize people are fucking dying? Do you realize you are treating this like this is some type of fucking game? And this is not a game. This is not a joke. These are
bro, the
real lives,
one
real
day,
people. And
bro,
it's
the
sad
one,
that the government doesn't understand that.
bro, the
Oh, the
one
government,
day, fucking
as you said,
Scarlet,
does not give two shits.
bro, the one day,
They just
fucking,
treat us as numbers.
the one day,
Correct.
Scarlet finally went off and acted like Medea for like a good 9 minutes, and no one fucking said shit to her. She was on a 9.5 minute rant, and we
I
left
was,
her
dude,
alone.
don't play during hurricane season. Things are too tense during hurricane season to fuck around, okay? And I'm
That
a very serious person when it comes down to hurricanes. So if you are fucking around, you're gonna get cussed out.
no,
I mean, that's just the bottom line, the point blank in the period, because I don't find anything amusing. I don't find anything fun about it. I don't find anything like, okay, let me go back.
Well,
Because
especially
adrenaline
shit like
wise,
broadcasting you humping. That's like that's
bro,
pretty
you
fucking
can
retarded.
hear him smacking that shit though. You can tell they were literally fucking.
It's
You can
like
like,
hear his
seriously,
balls
y'all.
slapping off
Like
her, bro. Like
seriously.
I'm not lying.
that was the first thing I said. I was like, seriously? Is this what we're doing right now? Is this what we're doing right now? Like there's a hurricane and there are people dying and this is what we're doing right now. Okay.
And that's where the 9 minute rant came in.
Yeah, you know that because anything starting with me being like, did you know? Are
For
you
real.
aware? Like that is not a good start for you. That is not the start of a productive
Bro, but
conversation
watch
that's
That
this.
is
going to
the
be a
that is
two-way
the wrong
street. Okay.
tone.
Bro, but
Yeah, it is the wrong tone.
she can cuss. AJ can cuss. Any other moderator can cuss. I cuss one person out, I'm getting reprimanded for it.
That's because I don't know, Dwayne. You
That's
just have this
because
aura
Dwayne.
about you that
Well,
people
yes,
get
you
angry.
you have an energy, my friend.
But no, even
He
if I
does
said it
though,
calm,
doesn't he? And people get angry about it, so we have to like keep that down. Whereas like I don't know, people tolerate it from me more, or I don't know, but they just don't. They don't find it as shocking, I guess.
because you're a
I
woman.
believe that's true.
It's because you're a woman.
I think it's because I have, I don't know, I don't want to say aggressive personality,
No,
but
and I would say it
aggressive.
calm. And I would
Like
say
so,
calmly
people
like
are like,
this.
oh shit,
He's like,
she's
I
really
wouldn't say
upset.
aggressive, but
No,
aggressive.
I would say calmly like
Okay.
this. Can you shut the fuck up and leave us alone so we can do our work? Oh, Dwayne, you can't be talking about like that. Scarlett would come on. Scarlett came on the fucking walkie-talkie and like, "You leave the poor fucking kid alone. He's being fucking serious here for a minute."
Right.
Like,
Like,
damn, watchdog,
damn,
leave Dwayne
y'all. Like,
alone.
Leave my guy. Leave my guy alone.
right. Like, so I had to snap a couple times, but then everybody's like, oh, it's Scarlett. It's okay. We'll shut it down. But then, like, Dwayne, they're like, turned down for what? Like,
Bro,
for
and
real.
like I remember the one time this little kid came on, and I the way Watchdog handled it was so fucking funny, bro. He's going like, "Oh, so what? Are your mommy and daddy in the other room having playtime while you're sitting out in the living room bored? What? Do you not have no Xbox? Are you just trolling on their phone?" And he said, "How about you go jack off your fucking penis and get the fuck out of here?" And I went like, "What, bro?" I'm going
Trolls
like,
sometimes, the best trolls were during Harvey, though, when we were doing, mapping, Harvey mapping channel. That
"Bro, that
forever. I
channel
think
was
everybody who
lit."
was on mapping channel will remember the trolls we had because see, look, they were broadcasting us live over YouTube using
Yep.
Zello. Okay. So people started to get to know us by our voices and they started to get to know who we all were. Like even
Right.
just this last storm when they had us on with Marv, like everybody was like, "Oh, I'm interested in what happens." And when Tina. Remember when Tina had all those trolls coming after her and shit?
Bro, during
And they were like,
Amelda,
people in the comments were
bro.
like rooting for her and shit. Like, oh, fuck that guy. Like, you know. So, like, people become like, you become kind of like a little celebrity in a way, I guess is the best way to say it. And so people were following us, and so then they would find the channel by listening to this YouTube, and it became super popular. I mean, thousands of people were watching. And so we had to deal with trolls like left and right. You had to be like on it. Like it was like
Bro, I remember
nobody's
the one
business.
troll that came over that fucking station.
Well,
and
the funniest part, there was a guy named Tin Leg. He's known as Tin Leg in the world. Tin
I
Leg, yeah.
know that username.
Tin Leg. Tin Leg was all, and his thing, Tin Leg's thing was always, you got to be clever or funny. You got to be clever or funny, or you can't be on here. So if you come up with bullshit, we're not letting you in. But if you're clever or funny, we might give you the time of day. And so
he was
that
clever
became
and he
the
was
thing.
funny.
He was clever and he was funny, Tin Leg was. But the trolls had to rise to his level. And I think that helped try to curb some of the trolls, because they had to, you know, at least if you're going to come fuck with us, entertain us, right? Don't piss us off, but at least entertain us.
Bro, the one fucking troll that Scarlett got, I can't believe she dealt with it the way she did. We were on USCF and we were in the Irma channel, and everyone knew our voices because of when we came on. And the one dude went like, "Hey Scarlett, how about you get this 12-inch dick?" And Scarlett went like, "What? You need a microscope and a pair of tweezers to find it?" And we all were just silent for like 2 minutes.
They were like,
one of us
"Whoa,
beat
this
up.
came from Scarlett." Like, damn. Like, I can be ruthless sometimes. I'm usually not that type of person, but you know, hell, when the shoe fits, I don't have time for it. Like I said, I get so stressed out during these events that I do not have time for this garbage. So I just come up with some extra shit.
Bro, I forced her to go to bed during another because she was up for 24 hours.
I was up for like 48 hours, and I did have to go to bed. But during Harvey, I stayed up for 5 days straight.
We all stayed up for 5 days straight. Shut the fuck up. That was the worst week of my life.
We did all stay up for 5 days straight. But I'm just saying, that was the worst shit. Like, I understand. I had a lot of respect for first responders, especially dispatchers.
I don't.
After that, I do. A lot of my friends are 911 dispatchers. Because you got to remember, the reason why we existed was because 911 was down. Okay? Don't forget that. When 911 is down, we were the force of last resort. Right? And so I have respect for them because they can only take so many calls, right? They can only do so many things at once. Right. And so I always had respect for them because of the shit they have to deal with. You know, we were just dealing with like a lot of hurricane related calls, but a lot of bullshit too. So I get why they get irritated with people or maybe don't have empathy at times. You know, it's a traumatic job dealing with all those things and dealing with people when they're at their worst. And so I've always had a healthy respect for first responders, especially after. Now, some of them I don't respect at all, but a good group of them I do because they're just trying to do their jobs. You know, they're just trying to get the calls out. There's only so many people physically that you can do that with. But it makes you appreciate working together a lot more. It also showed me that people can work together and just don't want to. The amount of people who came out with their own trucks, with their own boats, risked their own property to make sure people were safe was amazing.
Right.
I mean, I never thought humanity could all come together as once like that. But like I said, during the hurricane and when we rescued people, it didn't matter where you're from. It didn't matter what persuasion you were. It didn't matter if you're LGBTQ. It didn't matter if you're black, white, what color. It didn't matter if you're legal, illegal, Republican, Democrat. It didn't fucking matter. You needed help and you were a human being, you were going to get it. You needed help and you were an animal, you were going to get it. I can't tell you how many animals we rescued.
Oh, yeah.
I can't tell you how many animals and how many people just left their goddamn animals and left them to die.
Man, shut up. That fucking 8-month-old puppy we had to rescue. Shut the fuck up. That's what broke my fucking heart.
All
But
the
I gotta,
horses, all the pigs, all the sheep, all the goats, all the chickens that died. I mean, you're talking millions of livestock that died in this event. And yet, maybe 250,000 animals were rescued. But
right,
animals are the last thing because they're going to protect people first. But there's a lot of amazing people out there who are animal rescuers who go out and do this when no one
Maddie,
else will because police won't go get your animals. They'll make you
Maddie.
wait a couple days and say to go back and then check on them and hope that they survived.
Animal
That's
rescue
it.
Maddie.
Yeah. She saved a lot of animals in Harvey, that's for sure.
Right,
There's a
and
lot of
so
other people besides her too though. There were whole
so
animal rescue teams, whole animal rescue
uh,
groups,
so I
but
want to
she did save a lot of animals.
say something to Grant. Since you're learning from us and everything, since you guys have seen me do a hurricane today, I do OTL to kind of explain a little bit about myself, and I'll have Scarlett do the same here in a minute. I got into this because I was a first responder. I was a volunteer paramedic for 2 years, and I loved it. Actually, 3 years, and I loved it. It was the best thing I've done. That's how I got hooked into Harvey. That's how I got hooked with Scarlett. That's how I got hooked with this awesome fucking network. You know, I became a paramedic for the simple reasons of my mental health issues in my past. Because paramedics deal with a lot of what they call psychiatric issues, a lot of psych calls. But when it really came down to the flip side of it, when I first came into the group, I was literally just a dispatcher. What, Scarlett? I think for the first week, I was a dispatcher.
Yeah.
I came in and then I was asked to go boots on ground. And Scarlett was the one who asked if I would go because there was only 10 of us males in that group, and who said no, and they needed one more to go to make 8. And I said, well, yeah, make 7. And I said, fuck it, I'll go. Took my uniforms with me. I took my badge with me. And, I went, and depending on how bad the damage is now, I'll possibly be reliving what I did again all over again. And helping people during hurricanes, it gave me a satisfaction of being able to do medical stuff over the phone because I can no longer do it in person as much as I wanted to. Especially with having a newborn baby on the way. I had to be there for my ex. I had to be there in case something happened with my son. Because my son wasn't supposed to survive that pregnancy. And so when I became a paramedic and I started doing things with USCF and I started doing things with this other group that I was in during Harvey, it showed me what camaraderie and teamwork and having another family, outside of the job I was doing. Me and Scarlett would stay up late just chit chatting over Zello because we were fucking bored. And to dive into mine and Scarlett's friendship / relationship here that we've had, Scarlett, for almost literally a year now, here in September.
Whoop.
It's when we got that personal connection. Was going through a really bad
It might even have been
relationship.
the end of August, even, because
Yeah, end of August.
yeah,
And like I was going through a really bad relationship. And me and Julie were too stubborn, to break it off.
right.
And Watchdog, I've heard the message before, and Watchdog went to Scarlett and said, someone needs to get a hold of Dwayne. No one's heard from him in a week. And Scarlett knew then I was still going through a tough relationship because we talked over Zello about it, or we texted on our text now number.
Mm-hmm.
And Scarlett really helped me through the months that I was stuck and didn't know what to do. I don't know how many times I called her, telling her that I cut myself, telling her that I was ready to die, telling her I was ready to give up on everything that I've worked hard for you know, since I've met her, and every time I've went through that situation, she's always pointed out how many people I've saved, how many people I've helped. And is there days that I still have nightmares? Some of the calls that I hear, or some of the calls that I've dispatched boats out to as a medic. Yeah, there's nights I call Scarlett like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning when I was not working midnights and told her like, hey, look, this is going on. I've got untreated PTSD from it. Made my PTSD I've had since I was 12 worse. But I wouldn't have traded it for a damn thing. Because here's why. I'm a selfless person with a big fucking heart that cares about every single fucking person. Me and TLOs became close friends. He's like my brother, and I love him.
Love you too, bro.
Scarlett, I call her mom. She is mom.
Word.
And when you guys find something like this, and you guys get involved in a group that has one common goal, which the other group lost, unfortunately, which was that one common goal.
Yeah, that's true. And that's the shit part too in rescuing, and recovery and all that shit, is that you run into a lot of politics, and you run into a lot of inside baseball shit that fucks it up for everybody. Because it should just be about rescuing people and fucking doing the damn thing and being a force of people and a force of last resort, right? But then it turned into all this political mumbo jumbo. We got to pick a side. We're going to make up shit and, just act like, Dwayne and Scarlett are terrorists, which is garbage. Okay.
By the way, that's not a
isn't
joke.
that garbage though? I swear to God, I'm like the most patriotic motherfucker. And it's like, God damn you. How dare you try to call me an enemy of the state?
Hold on. When she says that we had a whole show about that. A whole fucking show, because I had to come on here by myself for the first 10 minutes of my show when these two are normally right beside me when I start and explain the thing. They came on with me but didn't say a damn thing. We literally got called terrorists. Yep. And anybody who knows me knows I'm not a threat to anybody.
Right.
So you fuck with my mom, you fuck with Scarlett. Watchdog got fucking chewed out bad. He had to go through every one of his channels and remove me. And I had Scarlett dying.
I was cracking up, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. I was dying.
Because his mom's in the group, and I'll say what I told him. I'm like, what? Can't you get off your mama's fucking titty and be a real fucking man? Ain't no one ever fucking manners.
Right?
You're a dick sucking having ass son of a bitch who can't get the fucking dildo out his fucking ass and see fucking straight.
That was real. But I just feel like being accused of not being patriotic or being accused of not having the same mission or goals was ignorant.
That is all ignorant. All because we were on here covering the petroleum oil fire in California.
Yeah, it started there, but then went, even further after that. Because we were supporting what we were supporting, honestly, was the civil disobedience part of the protest, not the rioting, not the injurious nature. We were supporting the civil disobedience portion, which needed to be done. The police, we all know, are a police state and out of fuck control. Now, maybe we don't want the same outcome as the people who were out there. Maybe we don't want the police restructured the way they wanted to. That's not the point. We should support other Americans when they are having moments of civil disobedience for many reasons. One, to preserve the right for ourselves.
Correct.
Two, to just support other Americans exercising their rights.
Absolutely.
Right. But, where we draw the line is the injurious nature, damaging property, hell, even damaging, police stations to some degree. What the shit is that going to do for you?
Now, look, I will back up.
I personally think
I will back up Minneapolis the day shit got set on fire.
Well, okay, yeah. I mean, it needed to
There's a lot
happen to
of
some degree,
symbology
but what
behind
it's
it. That's
devolving.
what that was.
Yeah, I really thought people were at a higher mental clarity and capacity at the time than they were. There was a lot of basically, let's put it like this: a lot of woke vibes were being put into Minneapolis, but people weren't waking up to the message.
Well, there's that because we see the messages lost at the moment.
Yeah, now they're talking about let people rob you, do all this shit. They're gonna have have you heard about this 100-member uh, group that's gonna be going out to patrol the streets?
I heard, yeah, I did hear
I
about
heard
that.
rumors of it.
I heard
Yeah,
something about that.
supposedly, okay, so there's this group on Facebook called Uptown Crime.
I was
And
actually in that group. Hold up a fucking second.
yeah,
Hold
because
up
it
a
was
fucking
shared
second.
earlier and a lot of people shared it. And it was called Uptown Crime. And they're talking about this dude who supposedly is from the group called Freedom Fighters.
Yeah, I definitely heard of
Supposedly,
them.
I was in
those people are taking over the neighborhood crime and community management, and they'll be patrolling with 100 people in Minneapolis. Now, here's my right, McToe. What could go wrong there? About 5,000 different things. Okay, that's the problem. About 5,000
I love how
different things could go wrong. No, that's real though. Let's really think about that. You
no,
got a
because
hundred
hold on,
people.
wait. You said that fucking quote during Irvine. That's why I fucking laughed.
Right. What could go wrong? Like, a lot of
There's
shit could go
5
wrong.
million fucking things that can go wrong.
That's real
I'm
though, because
sorry,
let's
I'm
think
not
about it.
meaning to
100
laugh.
people who are on the streets. Minnesota has a duty to retreat state. Okay, we are not a stand your ground state. We are a duty to
No.
retreat state.
Yep.
So how are you going to have people going out trying to control anything? Number one, because the guy who tried to defend his business at Cadillac Pond and shot the dude, fucking, they took his ass to jail and they robbed his shit the next night.
But he got
So
out that same day. We all got to remember
they
that he
still
did
robbed
get
his
out.
shit that next. I don't care if he bonded out. They still tore apart his motherfucking store that had been there and a part of the community, giving motherfuckers loans who needed it for goddamn my whole life and then some.
Bro, and you know what? And here's the thing, though, and I remember the Minneapolis protest. So
A
because here's
lot
the
of shit,
thing,
but just hold on. I got to go back to this 100 people. Where are they going to be patrolling? Who
Right.
is giving them permission to patrol? How are they
Right.
going to have protection? How are they going to identify themselves? What are they going to be wearing? And how does that how the fuck is that better than the police? Isn't that just
hold on,
police just rebranded? You know what I mean? Like how is that anything that's going to be functional? And were these 100 people vetted? How the fuck were they vetted? Okay,
rule
because
Exactly.
number 9. Hold on,
the police department isn't hiring anybody right now, and the problem is that about 4 years ago, the Minneapolis City Council had a chance to hire more people and decided to not do that when the police department came to them and said, "Hey, look, we need to hire more people because we have a population of X amount, and we need about 937 officers to make the city of Minneapolis run smooth." Well, at the time, they only had 400 officers, and they had no plans to hire anybody else, nor have they hired another goddamn officer to bring that total above 500 the whole time.
you know what? I love Pam's thing because I'm an NCIS fan. So watch this shit, right? Rule number 9:
Mm-hmm.
never leave the house without a knife. Rule
Right.
For
9:
real
if
though.
anybody ever watches NCIS, I know Scarlett has, so you're fucking sitting
Yeah,
here
I
and
have. I don't watch it
we,
like that, but I know that's
we
your show.
we've had fucking hour conversations about that. Rule number 9: never go
I
somewhere
always
without a
got
knife.
a knife and some pepper spray. Think I didn't have none in my pocket when I was down there?
And one of the
I
rules
have
always said,
4
Pam
weapons
said,
on me at any given time.
I'm just saying, Tilo, we got
what
to be looking
watch
out for
this.
ourselves out here. Like, for real.
Watch this. And another rule that Gibbs has is always trust your gut. There's no such thing as coincidences.
That's the truth.
Right.
See, that's what I'm saying. And we're right. See, MGTOW, that's what I'm concerned about. Local extortion. Are we supposed to have 50s or hundreds when they knock on our door for donations or a fundraiser to keep your neighborhood safe? Is that what they'll say it is? Funding a neighborhood watch program. You know what I mean? Like individual, and one guy in the comments had sense. And I really liked that guy because he was like, what is stopping you from patrolling your own neighborhood? Don't let these clowns come in. Who are these 100 people? Are they from each individual neighborhood? Is it a group of 50 people, 2 people from, each neighborhood in Minneapolis or what? Because otherwise, how are they going to patrol in an effective manner that isn't police style? How are they going to care about the people in the neighborhoods that they're fucking going to?
Right.
That's my concern. If you want to have community, actual, effective, community help and policing and all that, first of all, you need to create a goddamn community to have. Which means neighbors talk to each other, neighbors help each other out, they don't steal, they don't take from each other, and they stop the shit they see.
That's true because, like, look, like the community watch program we have here. That's what we do. I mean, that's what they do. I'm not a part of it. I mean, I can't really say anything. Like look at it like other security groups. Look at it like me when I'm out there. Scarlett's gonna fucking chew my ass out for even bringing this fucking up, but she can go somewhere with it for a little bit. This is my show, and I'm taking over for a minute. When I'm out there with the fucking protesters,
You better cool your jets, Dwayne. Cool your jets.
when I'm out there with the protesters, we're not knocking on doors asking like, "Hey, we need donations so we can keep doing security."
But I could see, this is what we were concerned about in the protest. Like, me and TLO brought this up at one point. Like, at what point did then gang members start patrolling the neighborhoods and say, "Oh, I'll keep you safe. You just got to pay me." And then everybody's
Correct.
paying everybody like it's the goddamn mob or back in the 30s for neighborhood protection.
Oh, it almost.
Oh, we
But
won't
here's
shoot up
the
your
thing.
block because you're paying us, and then you know what I mean, and then the next group, and then they go to the next block, and then if a block pays more, then they protect them and not you, and then it's going to be literal chaos.
Well, like here's the thing though, like me and TLO had this fucking great conversation, and I'm gonna go back to the Minneapolis coverage when I first started covering it because Scarlett was doing some things at the farm. I remember that. And she couldn't
Right.
be there each night that I was covering it. So she asked me if I would cover, the rest of the nights until she got down there, and I would still cover it. I would still be the lead on it, but she would be down there giving us more live footage what I was getting from Unicorn Riot or anybody else because I was using her video and his video at the same time, trying to counterproduct what she's seeing and what he's seeing from two different angles because they were fucking close to each other. Like they were not that far
But we
fucking
were on
apart.
opposite sides to where you could kind of see the whole picture. So it was kind of
Yeah.
cool in that regard
So
because he was on one side, we were on the other. So we were seeing what they weren't seeing. They were seeing what we weren't seeing. And it was an interesting thing.
So it was like this is, like
Because
me and
I used
TLO.
his stream to figure out like where to go when I saw a fire. I was like, where the fuck is that fire? Oh, it's in the parking lot. Okay, let's go.
Right. So like me and TLO were talking before you were getting down there. And I don't know, it was after y'all got home. We were talking about this. All of us were, if the National Guard would have started popping shots off, bro, you
Hell,
had
if they would
gangs.
have even
Watch
just
this.
flushed
Watch
people
this.
out of that parking lot the first night, if they would have even
Watch
just
this, though.
advanced the police line on us like they tried to the one time, they would have flushed everybody out of that goddamn parking lot.
But watch what I'm about to say though. That night you had Bloods, Crips, Hell's Angels. You had
Boogaloo boys.
Boogaloo boys.
You had the Boogaloo boys out there. Yep.
You had everybody like this.
Everybody was like that though, for
If
real.
the police or the National Guard, no, TLO said if the National Guard started popping off shots at any fucking human being, it wouldn't have been the fucking the other fucking protesters they would have to worry about because we all knew them fucking. We would have.
It would have been
every
all of
fucking
them.
gang.
It would have been the gangbangers.
Bro, no,
it would have been
because watch
it would have been anyone who had a gun.
Anybody who was on that side of that street,
correct,
who was not the police behind the police line, would have got fucked up.
Now,
let me tell you,
this.
because how many
TLO
people
even
said
this.
TLO? If somebody pops off a shot, I'm popping one back. How many people said that shit?
Well,
A lot.
but watch this though. Tilo even said he's seen a couple gang members down there armed under their
We did.
vest,
Oh shit!
under
People
their
were
shirt.
showing their guns,
Yeah,
dancing. They was getting
they were
it.
brandishing their
You
shit.
know, so and here's the thing though, is like I remember at that night when it was the city of fire. You know, when it
Correct.
wasn't when it was no
Correct.
longer the
When it
Twin
was not the
Cities,
land of 10,000 lakes, it
it
was
was
the city of fire.
it was the city of fire. Everybody was like,
I will never forget going across the bridge, going home, crossing the bridge there on Riverside, and looking back behind me and just watching the whole sky ablaze in a
Yep.
everybody,
red glow.
and I thought Scarlet,
That's probably something that'll be stuck in my head till the end of time.
and I thought Scarlet got blown up, but we're not gonna
Oh
go there.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
the thing I'm trying to say is everybody was like this.
There was a sense of community out there. There really
Yeah.
Because
fucking
here's
was.
the thing: after 4 days, the police finally left motherfuckers alone and finally let them do their shit.
That's
Now
because
here's
people here became real tight knit and close grouped and went on Facebook, went in private groups, private messages, and tried to organize the protest in a way where the numbers were where they needed to be. And I think that helped any reaction from National Guard or from the police because
Correct.
people would just show up like flash mob style in like fucking 20 minutes and be fucking there. And they
well,
Yep.
and
couldn't do
like
shit about it.
here's the thing though, is I've been hearing lately too. Now watch this, and don't interrupt me when I say this because I've got a
You
thought.
didn't even let TLO talk. Shit.
I will after this because I want TLO's input on this. Everybody said that it was the protesters' fault that they started getting shot at. Now, mind you, if I remember correctly, hold on, Scarlett. If I remember correctly, not one motherfucker crossed that police barrier. Not one motherfucker climbed over that bitch. And not one motherfucker tried to even touch a police officer.
That is
Everybody.
true.
So, TLO, what's your opinion on that? Because I know me and you were talking about it because you were saying even the first night you were hearing it from where you were working at.
I was.
So,
It
all I
was,
have to say
it's
is-
interesting. Go ahead. We'll give you a second here to get back right, and then you can continue.
No, as I was saying, it was much like that. It was there was still borders. People were occasionally throwing water bottles, but
Nothing really dangerous, honestly. And with them
no.
in body armor, a water bottle ain't hurting you.
right, and
Yeah,
Nobody
they
was
were
throwing
fully
rocks
they were
or
fully
anything like
they were
that.
fully garbed in their full body armor.
Full riot gear. Yeah,
Yep.
full riot gear.
you
Let's
know,
be honest. It was full riot gear.
and then TLO, I had another question for you because you were there when it happened. Everyone has been talking about the 12-year-old we've been talking about because a lot of my friends have gotten a hold of it. They get a hold of a lot of the footage that, I do here with the FRN, saying that little girl was at the wrong, should have never been at that place, and she was asking. Watch this. And I want TLO to answer on this, so you can go right after TLO. Hold on, because he was right there.
I just
That
shake my head.
12-year-old that 12-year-old little girl TLO was asking to get shot.
For what?
Shake my head.
Participating in
Civil
her
disobedience.
her democratic right of civil disobedience. Like
Right.
that's part of the
When I was
Constitution.
12,
So
I might have been out there too. I ain't even gonna lie.
correct.
If I lived in that area and I was 12, I might have been out there just to
There were
see
a
what was
lot.
going
There were a
on.
lot of 12-year-olds out there.
And
Hell yeah,
A
I
TLO,
would
lot
have
of
been out there
12-year-olds.
too.
and TLO, you got shot at just simply riding your bike.
Well, I got shot at numerous times for standing there riding my bike, like all sorts of things.
Just
TLO
dumb
almost
shit,
got
not
bum
shit that
rushed.
they should have been shooting people for.
Correct.
When they had a
Yes.
clear beeline on agitators and shit. See, this is a problem that I will never understand why they did this. They wanted this shit to happen. That's the only thing I can think of. Because when you had a clear shot on the actual shit starters and agitators, right? You can see them, you're watching them start shit, right?
Right.
Why the fuck would you hit random civilians? Now, this makes me concerned about the police's shooting ability because I just feel like they don't know what they're doing. They ain't never shot these before. They ain't practiced with these because how do you not hit, if you're going to hit anybody, hit the people starting shit. Don't hit the people just standing there chanting. Don't hit the young people. Don't hit
Can
the
I
little
say
kids.
this? Can I say
Right.
this? Because this is a little fun fact that Dwayne's learned over the past couple months of being with the Ohio Community Coalition. Now, watch
Mm-hmm.
this. Police departments are not trained in crowd dispersing. Because watch this shit. May 29th of this year, when I went down to downtown Canton, when it originally popped off, I was marching most of the day. Then
Right.
nightfall hit. Now, mind you, shit didn't start popping off in Minneapolis till night with the
No,
shootings and shit.
daytime was cool. Well, no, because that first night, the night me and TLO both went out, it started during the day
I'm
because
talking
Right.
about the
they
first
broke
night,
into the Target. They
not the
broke into
second
the
night,
Target
hon.
and
Yeah,
shit.
and that was
Yeah,
during the
I
day.
get that, but
The
that
first
was
night.
after the first night. The second day, they started shit during the day. Now, the first day they
Right.
started shit too, walking down the street, but that was more just to get because they made that symbolic march from 38th in Chicago to the third precinct.
Now watch
Right.
this.
That moment when I saw that on Skyfox 9 and KSTP's Chopper 5, I knew that it was going to be some shit. Once I saw 10,000 people moving in lockstep, it was going to be some shit.
Now let me explain this. And I'm going to tell you all what happened on May 29th here in my county, in a city over, 2 cities over from me. You had the regional SWAT team, which is Massillon, Canton, Perry, Hartville, Alliance, Louisville, five major cities, county. Watch this. Canton Police Department, Sheriff's Office, State Highway Patrol. They started shooting rubber rounds at people, tear canisters. You want to know what you want to know what the one thing I found out is?
Hmm.
You're not allowed. You're not supposed to shoot the rubber bullets at the people. They're supposed to be shot at the ground.
They claim to shoot them at the ground, but they sure end up hitting people.
But here's the reason why. Because no police department, no city department is taught in crowd control. Only
See, and
three
that's
discs.
bullshit. That should be
Watch
a
this
part of
though.
this shit, though.
Watch
See,
this
they,
though. Hold on.
yeah, SWAT is, but SWAT ain't never the ones who fucking come out
No,
first.
I wasn't gonna say SWAT. Hold on. Watch. There's only two. State Highway Patrol and the Sheriff's Office are the only two that are taught.
And National Guard, because they do practice for
Guard,
civil unrest.
in guard, and SWAT team. Now watch this. I was a victim of the attack on May 29th from our police
Right,
department. Scarlett and them know I didn't even get live yet. And I got
right.
sprayed.
And that's true, Migto. There are provocateurs embedded. That's real.
Yes.
So when you're in them environments, these police officers or these feds, these piggies, whatever the fuck you want to call them, I call them pieces of bacon.
I once got my ass beat by the Minneapolis Police Third Precinct for telling them, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, and you over there, fuck you, you're all piggies.
You
So,
know,
yeah,
I almost
it
got
happened.
arrested. I almost got arrested in Masson,
Got my
Ohio.
ass whipped by the police over that.
The
Like,
one cop,
not fun.
I told the cop this. I said, "It's bullshit. You don't want to talk to our head of security. Shit, you not." This is what Sergeant Antidez with the Masson Police Department said, and I will say his name because I hate that motherfucker with a passion. And I know as a pastor, now that just have no form of hate in your heart. Like, God, I'm sorry, forgive me for my shortcomings here for about 5 minutes and be good. He looked at me and said, if you cuss one more time while 3 other officers are advancing towards me to grab me.
See, and I'm tired of police acting like you can't cuss in front of them like it's some disorderly conduct charge. It's some bullshit
That's
over
where
that,
I'm going,
though.
but watch this.
Right? Like, for real, Tilo. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, we are in America. This is free speech, and then you say I can't swear at you? Fuck you.
But watch this. I had a whole group of people circle up in front of me where they ain't get my ass.
Right. But see, that's the problem, though. These police act like you can't say nothing to them and they're above you. This is the problem. This is the issue. This is the concern that regular citizens have had, and we've all had for a long time. You know, people want to act, I'm surprised so many liberty people want to bootlick all of a sudden. Okay.
Right.
People claim that they are free, claim that they, support freedom, claim that, they are so patriotic and this and that, but, just don't do anything that gets you in trouble with the police and you'll be fine.
So
That's what they say.
I want everybody to go on their Facebook tonight if they have it. And I want everybody to put this in there. Because here's the thing. And me and Scarlett have said it time and time again. TLO for you, it's Twitter or Instagram.
Word.
Me and Scarlett have said this for years. There ain't no fucking justice until we get some motherfucking peace in this fucking country.
Truth.
I want everybody to put that on their fucking social media platform with a picture of you above it. # no justice. No, until there's justice, there ain't going to be no motherfucking peace. And that's not coming as a protester. That's coming as a person who now sees, and after Tim challenged my
When are
thinking.
people going to get tired enough? Did people see the protests in Berlin this week?
I did. I was going to cover it.
Did
but
you
I
see it,
didn't.
TLO?
Yes.
We had 1.3 million people on the streets of Berlin protesting
Correct.
against COVID-19, mask mandates, and the vaccine. When are we, as a nation, going to get tired of this shit? Today they announced that Minnesota's in a pilot program
Yes,
to be the
I
first
saw it.
guinea pigs for COVID-19,
Correct.
which is ridiculous. Who lobbied Walls? Who the fuck lobbied Walls and paid him off? Did they pay for his child to go to college? Because I just feel like, how'd you sell us downriver? And they claim that the CDC chose us.
They did.
Because we have such
Because of
high
what happened with George Floyd. That's the reason why Minnesota was chosen.
Right. Because here's the deal. They say we have such high vaccination rates and we have such a adherence to the program.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Now, that may be true. I don't know. The people I know don't fucking play that game. And
Yeah,
we
the
might be
people
a
I
small
know don't.
minority of people, and that's okay.
Exactly.
But a lot of us aren't playing that game.
No.
And a lot of my liberty friends who are always, didn't want to really touch vaccines before because maybe they didn't have kids, so, they really didn't want to have a foot in that fight, are now coming to that fight because they realize that once it becomes mandatory, this is why we've all been saying absolutely not the whole time.
Right.
I've told you guys this, though. If you guys have followed me for any amount of time, you know that I've always known that mass vaccination on a large scale was always endgame. And the potential of a disease to try to cure it, or create another measles outbreak, was always a possibility. And when people weren't playing the game after the measles outbreak, we knew that they were going to step their game up behind the scenes. Because you got to think about it like this. When the measles outbreak happened at Disneyland, they were super pushing MMR. They told everybody, go get an extra MMR vaccine. Go do and get an extra one for kids. If you're born after 1957, get another one. If you're like my age, born in the late 80s, get another one. All this other shit. And they did that, and most people did not go out and get it. There were a few people who were gung-ho and were super scared and were like, yeah, we're going to get the MMR. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And a lot of people had adverse reactions afterwards. People don't realize how dangerous injection is of heavy metals and adjuvants and other ingredients that are DNA based, whether it's human, animal, or otherwise. And you're injecting that into your system, and your body's going to treat it like an invader. And any of the ingredients that are in there, then your body can react to later. People wonder why we have, issues with peanut oil or food allergies or this or that. Well, they use foods and other things, genetically modified parts of, to put in vaccines. Also, they've already given up liability for the COVID vaccine. I want nothing to do with vaccines because there's no liability. I would maybe feel better about being a guinea pig to society and for the greater good if I was damaged by vaccines the government paid for me for the rest of my life and compensated me.
Correct.
Okay? But the fact that we can't even get that for people, and people have to deal with lifelong fucking handicaps due to vaccines, losing their children.
That's very telling.
Exactly. And they know that they will have no liability. But yeah, I can sue a drug manufacturer if I get fucked up by their drug. I can sue a medical device company if they put a shitty medical device in me. But I could not sue someone who injects something into my bloodstream.
Hey, can I read something for a minute? It's about what we're talking about COVID-19. Can I read it?
Mm-hmm.
A buddy of mine posted this the other day. Why is the epidemic
Exactly, Big Toe. Exactly.
One, we know that COVID-19 is very contagious under the right circumstances. We know that it quickly exploits the easy vectors. We know that
Bless
it
you
kills
too, Joseph.
older people with comorbidities with laser precision 1 in 6 in the 80 plus demographic, down to 1 in 100 in the 50 to 60 demographic, and 1 in 1,000 in the 20s. We know that it more often kills people with medical vulnerabilities. We know that younger people don't easily catch it or spread it. We know that healthy people don't easily catch it or spread it. TLO, if you die me, I am not there to fucking do CPR. Don't die.
Not allowed to die.
So here's what happened. Hey, COVID-19.
You've been put. Hold on, I gotta tell TLO, you've been put on my not allowed to die roster. I don't know if I've already told you that, but see, now that you've made it to the not allowed to die roster, you are not allowed to die. Thank you.
B, it exploited the easy vectors, the people who are vulnerable. C, now it struggles to spread it anymore. It has used up its easy vectors. So it fades out. In order to have a second wave, you need a new crop of easy vectors. You need a new source of infection. Unless the virus mutates substantially, it lost its previous
Which
vectors.
they believe, and they're setting up the stage. Hold on, I want to say this right now, though, because this goes along with what you just said. They're setting up the stage right now to say that it's mutating and it's spreading at a rapid rate. Dr. Birx has come out and said that in the last week. So they're setting up the stage for this. Even Bill Gates has said that it's going to be a larger second wave in fall. And what the problem is with that is we got some classified information from Washington health departments that showed internal documents stating that they can't put out press releases until they talk to the Gates Foundation.
Yep. And then watch this. So a larger second wave is very unlikely. The forest fire came through and burned up the easy tinder, and also the tinder that connects the forest so it can all catch fire. It takes time to build up new tinder. So even with a bunch of new folks running around tossing burning matches, it can't get started again, so it continues to fade. Maybe we will have some small fires next season. Dr. Frank Models reported COVID-19 deaths in the state.
Well, and that's a true story, because here's the deal. You got to think about it like that. A lot of people, we're at, what are we at for cases? What does Worldometer say?
Let's go check the Worldometers app. For the United States.
The United States.
You want the
where are we
world
at?
or 4 million?
United States.
4,862,285 cases. Deaths is a total of a whopping 158,931. And recovered is, someone give me a drum roll, please. I'm joking. Recovered is 2,447,525, and the 2,447,525 is 94% of cases, and a 158,931 is the last 6% of deaths. So I'm still not understanding how this shit is fucking going rapid when we have a 94% recovery rate.
Not only that, if you think about 4 million out of 350 million,
but watch
that
the scale
means,
though.
okay, but hold on, but that means 300 and what is that? 46 million people do not have COVID.
Correct.
Right, let's look at the
Do
now.
not have COVID.
Right now, let's look at the world. Right,
Right.
18,467,839 cases, with a whopping total deaths of 697,876, with a recovered of 11,695,336, with currently infected patients 6,074,627, 6,009,948 is a mild condition, which is 99%. 64,679 is 1% serious or critical. Got a closed cases, which is 12,393,212, with 11,695,336 recovered or discharged, which is 94% again. 697,876 deaths. That is yet again 6%.
So 600,000 deaths. That's what we're at worldwide, correct?
We're almost at 7,000. We're at
700. Is there 700,000
we're
or
almost at 700,000. We're at 697,876.
now, mind you, think about people like your governors and everybody else who's been having press conferences since March. What did they tell us that we would see by August?
7 million people dead.
Okay, not only that, Walls was trying to say we'd see 2 million dead here in Minnesota. Did he not?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I remember watching that press conference. I'm not even from your state.
Right. 2 million dead by now. They're supposed to be dead.
Yep.
Or not.
Not. I don't even think we've hit 1,000 deaths in Minnesota. Maybe two, maybe. Go
Let
look.
me go look.
We've had about 1,600.
1,600.
The
Okay.
range can
So
go look
under
at death.
2,000 out
Yeah.
of the, let's say, 60,000 cases we've had.
Oh, we've had way more than that.
Minnesota.
What are our cases at, Dwayne?
Is at cases of 56,560,
See?
with deaths of 1,656. With I'm gonna keep going with the active cases again.
But see, we're under 60,000 for cases, and we have 5 million people here.
But
With
active cases,
3.4 million people living in the Minneapolis-St. Paul metro area.
Alone.
with the active
Alone.
case, which is 5,399. The TOT cases per 1 million
So active
population of
cases right now
10,000.
currently are only 6,000 cases out of fucking 5 million.
5,339 is your active.
Yeah, 5,300 people. Active
And total
cases right
tests
now with folks who got COVID.
This is out of how many tests?
Okay.
That's true.
787,551.
So we've almost done 1 million tests on people, but we only
Right.
have 56,000 cases. Out of those 56,000 cases, only currently under 6,000 are active 5,300.
Now
For a
watch.
population of 5 million people. For a metro population of 3.4 million.
Now watch this. I'm going to give you California statistics real quick. So watch this, right? Now I'm on a roll. Total cases for them is 522,030. Total deaths 9,506. Active cases 32,754 per 1 million population is 13,112. Deaths per 1 million population, 241. Total testing, 8,184,696.
So in California, don't they have like 50 million people in California?
They had like 65. Let me look at the current population.
I think
Yeah,
it's
go
like
look at.
65.
Current
Yeah, it probably is closer to
population.
that. And I mean, we got to figure out all the undocumented, but at the same time, we don't. But what I was just thinking is, you're talking 750,000 tests done.
Oh, now wait a
And
minute. This ain't okay.
What?
As of 2019, it was only 39 million fucking people.
See?
Wow.
So
think about how many people have left California.
now
Yeah,
watch
no, I was
this.
about to say
I'm
that's a
looking
mass
at that.
exodus.
That
I'm
is a
looking
mass
at that.
exodus. I think
Watch
that's what we're
this.
seeing too, because California always had like 50 million people.
At
Now watch
least,
this,
yes.
and I'm going to read this. From 2015 to 2017, California saw a net loss of between 129,000 and 143,000 residents to domestic migration each year. According to census estimates, California has lost more people to other states than it has gained for much of the last 2 decades, census figures show.
Damn. So yeah, that's what I mean. That's why people call it California, because it
And
really is.
but here's the states that they're moving to. Texas,
Nevada.
which got 86,164. Next came Arizona 68,516. Washington
Idaho.
55,467. Nevada 57,707. And Oregon 43,508. 43,058. All told, California had the most exits among the states, and that wave grew by 4% in a fucking year.
Mm.
Right?
But here are the states that are losing populations real quick: Mississippi, Connecticut, Louisiana, Hawaii, New York, Illinois, Alaska, and West Virginia. The people that has actually lost the most is Illinois by 51,250.
Yes.
People have been exiting Illinois since I was a kid. A lot of people came up here from
Amen.
Chicago, and because we're off 94 and it's far enough
Correct.
away, but we had a big enough city with a large enough black population where people felt comfortable.
Nevada and Idaho are the nation's fastest growing state of December of 19th of 2018.
That's why I said Idaho, because I know that for a fact. Idaho is getting lots of freedom people.
The U.S. population grew by 0.6%, and Nevada and Idaho were the nation's fastest growing states between July 1st, 2017 and July 1st, 2018. Both states'
Why do you think they
populations
built that new
increased
fucking
by.
stadium out there?
Well, watch this.
Right.
Both states' populations increased by 2.1% in the last year alone. Now, here's the blackest state in the U.S. Ranking number 1 is the Virgin Islands. Ranking number 2 is D.C., District of Columbia. Number 3, Mississippi. Number 4, Louisiana. I can tell you the orders of this shit if y'all fucking want them.
Hold on. I'm trying to kill a moth that got into my house somehow. Got it.
Are you ready?
Y'all heard that too. I know you did.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go in order. Virgin Islands, D.C., Mississippi, Louisiana, Georgia, Maryland, South Carolina, Alabama, North Carolina, Delaware, Virginia, Tennessee, Florida, Arkansas, New York, Illinois, New Jersey, Michigan, Puerto Rico, Ohio, Texas, Missouri, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Indiana, Nevada, Kentucky, Massachusetts, Oklahoma, Rhode Island, California, Kansas, Wisconsin, Minnesota. Minnesota's number 34, which I'm surprised.
34 for what?
The most black people.
I can see that.
Nebraska, Colorado.
Because people have been coming up here since my grandmother moved up here.
Right.
From Mississippi in 1957.
Right, and we're almost done.
And that was a place that everybody was saying to go.
Right.
Minnesota was the place to
Right.
go. It was, people accepted you there. You could live your life there, So that was
Right.
the
So,
thing.
and then we have Nebraska, Colorado, Alaska. Damn, Colorado's 36. Alaska, Arizona,
I see no
Washington.
black people in Colorado. Where are the black people?
They said there's only 4.28%.
That's what I'm telling
And
you, because I ain't see no
there's
black people.
2,000. There's 201,737. Then you have Alaska, Arizona, Washington, West Virginia, Hawaii. West Virginia only has 63,124, and I can confirm to that. When I was in fucking Mill Creek, West Virginia, I only saw one black person. I only saw one black person in West Virginia. That's not fucking lying. Hawaii, New Mexico, Iowa, Oregon,
Was that
Wyoming.
besides the one black person you were with?
That's besides Patrick. That's the only black motherfucker I seen the whole fucking day. Utah, New Hampshire, South Dakota, North Dakota, Maine, Guam. What the fuck is Guam doing on here as a fucking U.S. territory? Oh well.
Guam is a U.S. territory, my friend.
Yeah,
Idaho, Vermont, Montana,
We have
Northern
military bases on
Islands.
Guam because it's out in the Pacific Ocean, and so
Bro,
we
the
need.
American Samoa only has 13 people. Black people.
Damn.
It only has 13 black people, and Montana only has 4,027. But here's fucking how much.
Kanye West is one of them.
Here's how much fucking Mississippi have, and I'm not fucking lying. Listen to this shit. This is probably the 2010 census result. Are you ready?
Yep.
Watch this shit. 1,098,385. Louisiana popping up with 1,500, 1,005,006,534. Georgia with 2,955,434.
Dang, all the black folks down there, apparently.
And Maryland with 1,798,593.
Ooh, let's go back to that because you just said Maryland. Where's the hurricane going next?
There's a what?
Where is the hurricane going next?
Ooh, I got my app
Maryland.
up.
Maryland, it will be going through next. That's a large
Bro,
large
wait
amount
the
of black
fuck a minute.
people for a
Because
real tiny, small area.
they got the 4 mile per hour going next when it hits New Jersey at 35.
Like, let's go see.
I'm looking at it. It's going Virginia, New Jersey.
Yep, that's what I mean. So it's
Vermont.
going. Yeah, but no, you passed that. Do you know that in between Virginia and New Jersey is Maryland? That's
Bro,
Maryland, my dear.
Matt and his kids gotta get hit, bro.
Like, yeah, no, that's Maryland, yeah.
Bro, I need to text Matt. Go like, dude, you need to fuck. You know what? No, wait a minute. Fuck you, bitch. You accused me of doing heroin. I ain't saving your fucking ass. You can die.
Wow.
Stone can too.
So, as of 5 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, we got a new update. This is the last bulletin, advisory number 29. Center of ISAIAS is moving near southeast Virginia. Strong winds, heavy rainfall, and the threat of tornadoes will spread northward along the mid-Atlantic coast. The location at 5 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time was 36.3 north, 77.5 west, about 15 miles or 25 kilometers southeast of Roanoke Rapids, North Carolina, about 85 miles or 135 kilometers west-southwest of Norfolk, Virginia. Maximum sustained winds are 70 miles an hour. Present movement, the north-northeast or 20 degrees at 28 miles an hour. It's picked up. Minimum central pressure is 993 millibars. Pressures also went up. That's a good sign, you guys. That means that some of this wind shear is tearing apart the storm. The fact that it has been dropped down to a tropical storm is also a good thing because they were expecting it to stay a hurricane for the next day.
Now
that doesn't mean it
here's my
couldn't
worry.
increase either.
Here's my worry. They got the millibars going down.
No, millibars are going up. 993.
Yeah, they got the millibars going up, but they also got that forward speed going up too, which is my concern.
That's like I said, it's going faster, so that is it getting more strength. Like as
have
a
we went through
land
another
mass.
ice shed yet? Have we went through another ice cycle?
I don't know. I got to look at the radar to check about that. All warnings have been discontinued for the coast of North Carolina south of Surf City. The storm surge watch south of Surf City has also been discontinued. Storm surge warning is in effect for Pamlico and Albemarle Sounds, including the Neuse and Pamlico rivers, Ocracoke Inlet, North Carolina to the North Carolina-Virginia border. A storm surge watch is in effect from Surf City to Ocracoke Inlet, North Carolina. A tropical storm warning is in effect of north of Surf City, North Carolina to Eastport, Maine. Pamlico and Albemarle Sounds, Chesapeake Bay, Tidal Potomac River, Delaware Bay, Long Island and Long Island Sound, Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket, and Block Island. A storm surge warning means there's danger of life-threatening inundation from rising water moving inland from the coastline to the indicated locations. For a depiction of areas at risk, please see the National Weather Service Storm Surge Watch Warning graphic at hurricanes.gov. This is a life-threatening situation, and persons located within these areas should take all necessary precautions and actions to protect life and property from rising water and the potential for other dangerous conditions. A storm surge watch means there's a possibility of life-threatening inundation from rising water moving inland from the coastline. Tropical storm warning means that tropical storm conditions are expected somewhere within the general warning area within the next 36 hours. For storm information specific to your area, including possible inland watches and warnings, please monitor products issued by your local National Weather Service forecast office. At 5 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, the center of Tropical Storm Isaias was located over northeastern North Carolina with a latitude of 36.3 north, longitude 77.5 west. Isaias is moving towards the north-northeast near 28 miles an hour, and this general motion, accompanied by some additional increase in forward speed, is expected through today. So it's going to get stronger. On the forecast track, the center of Isaias will move into southeastern Virginia early this morning, near along the coast of the mid-Atlantic states and across northeastern United States into southern Canada tonight. So it's going to speed up. It's going to have to. To make it to Canada, it's going to have to.
And guys,
Right.
I want to take something back that I said real quick. I did just text Matt and let him know he has it coming his way because I just felt bad for what I said.
Oh,
Because he
Lord,
has a little kid, and I just said
you are not
father.
making it through the apocalypse, my friend. You
Ah,
gotta choose a side and stick to it, my friend.
I know, but he has a kid, and I just said something fucked up.
Well, yeah, I'll give you that. Okay, so then it says maximum sustained winds are near 70 miles per hour or 110 kilometers per hour, while higher gusts. Only gradual weakening is anticipated while Isaias moves north-northeastward towards the mid-Atlantic coast today. And who knows if it's going to wobble when it gets back towards the coast to pick up a little strength too.
And come back
A
in.
faster rate of weakening is expected to begin tonight, and the system is forecast to become a post-tropical tonight or early Wednesday. So it's going to lose its eye, but a post-tropical cyclone just means that it's inland. So it's and then they said when it hits Canada, it's going to combine with the larger remnant low, and so it's going to be like one big ball of low pressure.
That'll
So it'll
be
be
fun.
really interesting to see what happens after that. It says tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 140 miles from the center. Sustained winds of 48 miles an hour and a gust of 63 miles an hour was recently reported at Duck, North Carolina. Sustained winds of 39 miles per hour and a gust of 56 miles an hour were also reported at Poquoson, Virginia. The estimated minimum central pressure is 993 millibars. Key messages for Isaias can be found in the tropical cyclone discussion under the AWIPS header MIATCDAT4. WMO header WTNT44KNHC and on the web at hurricanes.gov text /MIATCDAT 4.SHTML. Storm surge.
Right.
A combination of a dangerous storm surge and tide will cause normally dry areas near the coast to be flooded with rising waters moving inland from the shoreline. Water could reach the following heights above the ground somewhere in the indicated areas if peak surge occurs at the time of a high tide. Little River Inlet, South Carolina to Surf City, 1 to 2 feet. Surf City to Ocracoke Inlet, 2 to 4 feet. Ocracoke Inlet to the North Carolina Virginia border, including Pamlico Sound, Albemarle Sound, Neuse, and Pamlico Rivers, 3 to 5 feet. North of the North Carolina Virginia border to Martha's Vineyard, including Chesapeake Bay, Tidal Potomac River, Delaware Bay, Long Island Sound, Block Island Sound, Narragansett Bay, Buzzards Bay, and Vineyard Sound, 1 to 3 feet. The deepest water will occur along the immediate coast and area of onshore winds, where the surge will be accompanied with large waves. Surge-related flooding depends on the relative timing of the surge in the tidal cycle and can vary greatly over short distances. For information specific to your area, please see products issued by your local National Weather Service Forecast Office. Widespread tropical storm conditions are expected through the tropical storm warning area from coastal North Carolina to the mid-Atlantic states, including portions of the Chesapeake Bay region today, with wind gusts to hurricane force possible. These winds could cause tree damage and power outages. Tropical storm conditions are expected to reach southern New England this afternoon and northern New England tonight. Gale force winds are expected to spread into the southeastern Quebec tonight and Wednesday. See products issued by Environment Canada for more information. And Environment Canada sucks. They don't tell you shit.
Bro.
Rainfall. The following rainfall accumulations are expected along and near the track of ISAIAS, central and eastern North Carolina into the mid-Atlantic, 3 to 6 inches, isolated maximum totals of 8 inches. Eastern New York into Vermont, 2 to 4 inches, isolated maximum totals 6 inches. Western Connecticut, western Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and western Maine, 1 to 3 inches. Heavy rainfall along the east coast near the pass of ISAIAS will result in flash and urban flooding, some of which may be significant tonight. Potentially life-threatening urban flooding is possible in D.C., Baltimore. See, this is Maryland. This is why I was very concerned, because of where they're at and their sea level and all that shit. And it's a whole bunch of black folks, and so they really ain't gonna give a shit. And those people are going to be at more danger because they've never even thought about a hurricane, never thought about repairing. You know what I mean? And already you're sitting in very dire conditions as it is.
Correct.
Especially on top of the pandemic. Shit. Okay. So then, elsewhere along just west of the I-95 corridor today, widespread minor to moderate river flooding is likely across portions of the Carolinas and the mid-Atlantic. Quick responding rivers in the northeast will also be susceptible to minor river flooding. Tornadoes are most likely through midday from southeast Virginia to New Jersey. Tornadoes will remain possible across this afternoon and evening from southeast New York across New England. Swells generated by ISAIAS are affecting portions of the southeast coast of the United States and will spread northward along the mid-Atlantic and the northeast coast of the United States today. These swells are likely to cause life-threatening surf and rip current conditions. Please consult products from your local weather office. The next intermediate advisory will be at 8 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The next complete advisory at 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Can I go on a rant here for a minute?
Sure. I just wanted to say what the new shit was. That's all.
So I was scrolling the OHSAA website, which is the Ohio High School Athletic Association.
Right.
And oh my God, are they fucking retarded? I'm sorry. I scroll. I know you hate that word, but I'm sorry.
And then I'll read the new discussion after that. Okay.
So I'm so irritated. They're allowing football. With
Why
spectators.
not? People wear helmets. How the fuck are you? That's like a shield. You put a face shield on that motherfucker, and
doesn't
instead
matter.
of the cage,
the face shield is up here, and the cage is mandatory down here, so it stops the fucking helmet from coming up. There's no
I
fucking
get
way
that,
to
but
block
here's
that.
the deal. Okay, but your face is still like 6 inches away from the next guy.
Not until you get hit. Until
when
you
get hit,
fucking
your
lock
face is never
arms.
touched, dude.
Oh yeah, dude. When I was a linebacker, dude. Oh, not linebacker.
No, unless
when I was
your
a
helmet
lineman,
falls off, your faces cannot touch with the fucking helmet and a cage on it.
Bro, but I still got saliva on my face from the other person.
Oh, I get
going
that,
because
they get hit hard as shit. But like, if you put a face shield on that underneath all the way and fit it newly, instead of just putting it over the eyes, you put it all the way down, then you ain't getting shit in your face. Then what?
I know, but here's the thing: but allowing like spectators and there's gonna be no social distancing to it.
Okay, that's people's choice. You got to remember, people can choose what they want to do. So if they would like to go to a football game and sit ass to ass in the seats, that's their choice. They don't have to. Nobody's telling you you have to go. Nobody's holding a gun to your head and saying you have to attend this event if it exists.
I know, but I guess where this is coming from is at a father perspective here too. So don't get mad at me. So don't get mad at me.
What the hell
I
is
get.
happening?
I guess what I'm saying. I don't fucking know. This has been fucking doing this all fucking day. This whole
Oh
fucking.
shit! My air conditioner just like shut off.
So.
Okay, I turned it back on and it worked, but like that was scary for a
And I
minute. It
want
just
to
like
end
shut
this
off.
here soon because I've almost been up for 24 hours. In
Yeah,
two
we
more hours
will.
will be.
Ooh,
So,
we just clacked over to 4 hours. Hello, total vagabonds. Nice
in like,
to. I wonder if that will go his way, or if it's just gonna go straight up into Canada, like, and then go straight up to like the northern, like the Arctic. But because
I was
sometimes they like to pop out in the ocean.
right. And so, and I guess where this is coming from, Scarlett, is from a father's perspective.
Okay.
Like, if that was my son playing,
You don't have to let them
and
play.
you,
See, it's that simple.
right, I get that. But if
It's
we can't watch this, though, right? If we can't gather in groups of 10, like Ohio is now, we're back at the group of fucking 10 people again. Mind you, my governor's being a fucking cocksucking douchebag,
well, I've always told you about DeWine, so
and we can't gather in more than 10 people. Oh, look,
okay,
we're gonna
but
have a fucking orgy in the middle of a fucking street. I'm sorry, fucking tired.
I'm just
So you,
saying, here's the deal. You don't have to go. You don't have to let your kid play. You don't have to participate. But for the
yeah,
people who want to, let life go on.
yeah,
If
life
they end
has
up
to go
dying from
on.
COVID, I'm pretty sure they understand the risk.
But do these kids really understand it?
Okay, but that's their parents' choice too.
Right. And I
So
think with
your parent has to sign off for that when you're in school. So I mean, I get what you're saying, and I understand, but you can't make people be responsible, nor can you legislate health. And so therefore, we just kind of have to deal with some of these things that make us uncomfortable. And I get that. They're training us to feel like we have to you don't have to do shit.
right. And guys, I think with this we're gonna end it because I'm stuttering, I'm tired, I'm ready to fucking go to bed.
Are you
I've
ready to
been
go to
out of
bed, Dwayne?
I've been out of my house all day.
You
It's five
tired?
o'clock in the morning. It's almost 6 o'clock. I got up at 9.
Right.
I've been guys, I've been posting bails all day, getting people out of jail, fucking dealing with
I just put on my face oil, so I'm just trying to make sure I'm all extra shiny on camera. That's all.
idiots all day. I mean, I want to go on, but my body is telling me, bro, you gotta go to bed. And this time I'm listening to my body because I want to explain something,
Good.
y'all. So Dwayne was in the hospital again Saturday, and unfortunately, I was carried. They literally physically picked my body up and walked me down the steps and into the gurney because I was laying there for 15 minutes, for 10 minutes, not being able to move.
Right.
If you guys want to donate,
My
thank you,
allergies
Scarlett.
are going ape shit right now. I know you guys probably heard me like
Right,
sniff like 5,000 times, but my allergies all of a sudden, just like in the middle of the night, just like kicked up. I gotta go take some allergy meds.
right. If you guys want to
Shit.
donate, go to freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. Click that donate button. We just don't have shows like here, like the Night Talk. We have uh the original Red Pill Show. We have Down the Rabbit Hole with O. We have Clarity After Dark. We have Liberty Librarian. We have Journey into Freedom on Sundays. We have
And then we got two
another.
more new shows coming, but
Yeah,
we're trying to
I
get
heard too.
okay, y'all keep praying for Mel. Please, y'all keep praying for Mel.
Has she even
We
got
need to
there
keep
yet? Where's she
she's
at?
not even at it. No.
Where is
No.
she?
She last I knew, um she was in Bennett, Colorado, but she was on 70 at least, but she was still in Colorado, y'all. She left last Wednesday.
Bro, why is she having so much trouble?
She's having so many issues, you guys. Like, oh, I don't know. It's just like the trip from hell, you guys. Like, it's
Bro,
never ending.
if anyone's near Mel or in the near the Colorado area, get a hold of Scarlett and see if we can't get this girl some help.
It's terrible, y'all.
Or donate fucking Mel to help her with gas money. This is gonna be a long ass fucking trip. And by this, her expenses are going to be gone. So trying to get
Yeah,
there.
because they did not budget for this long of a trip so far. Like, not at all.
Guys, but TLO,
I don't want
do
to
you have
sneeze on air because I feel like that would look like so awkward. But that's just me.
TLO? Do you have anything to say, bub? Because I know you got to get up and go to work today. TLO, where you at?
We lose you? Maybe we lost Tilo.
No, I know we didn't lose him. I heard shit in the background. TLO.
Yeah, my allergies, you guys. They're just
Yeah, I'm
pulling
hearing
me.
it. Yeah, I think he's in the fucking kitchen.
That's me. Are you making some snacks, Tilo? I want snacks. Oh, here he comes.
That was me clapping.
What was it, Clement? Oh. I
All right,
can't help
guys.
it.
I think TLO fell asleep on us.
He might have fell asleep on us, which is totally okay because we get it. And we know he has to go to work in the morning. So thanks for joining us tonight. We appreciate you and being with us for our coverage of Hurricane, now Tropical Storm ISAIAS. And we're always here for
I'll be
news and
on,
weather and everything and more.
and I'll be on again tomorrow. I'm going to try to be on every day this week since I don't work. I'm going to try to get back on every night on midnights on the days I don't work because when I work midnights, I fuck up my show schedule.
Right.
So Sunday through Thursday, I'm going to try to be on.
Sunday you can't be on because me and Red have been on lately on
Well,
Sundays.
Monday through Thursday, I'm going to
Right.
try to be on.
Or if there's time after me and Red are on. But like lately we've
Yeah,
been going pretty late. Like our last show was like 5 hours. So
right. So, Scarlett, do you have your famous last words to say here, hon?
yep. From the land of 10,000 lakes. Good night, universe.
From the seas to the skies, and from this fucked up pedophile state of Ohio.
Because your mom called you out about that shit the last time, yes?
Night, universe. Is it gonna let me end the fucking broadcast?